not even radio cassette tapes, but the compact discs, the CDs. And I was surprised already technology had overtaken events. Nobody was buying. Nobody needed a CD. But my hosts were very good people. They bought some from me. And later I had a conversation. One of them took it at work. And all the people in the workspace, she says that when she went to work and tried to fidget with a CD player, everybody was like, I never know that the thing works. Never know that the thing works. So I took some tourism to Canada in a way of old technology. That's why when you talk about intellectual property rights, there are those we know, and there are those to be known in future. The first thing that would happen in intellectual property is that we need to understand the classifications of intellectual property. And I want to take the traditional stance, but you need to keep in mind that this bucket list of rights keeps increasing. List of rights keeps increasing. Talking about intellectual property, the main known rights are traditionally three. That is patents. Patents really aim to protect scientific inventions for a period of time. And it is not as long as, its protection is not as long as what copyright offers, but it's mainly for scientific inventions. The test for patents is wider. The test for patents is wider. Why? Because it requires novelty. It requires that something you create is new. And I can bet here in Uganda, at Uganda Registration Services Bureau, I bet if we have had any patents registered in the last 10 years, probably not. Because the standard for patents is so high. Without wasting time, the second one is trademarks. I think you've heard of trademarks. Trademark, as an intellectual property right, aims to protect the owner of the trademark from the people that may devise to pass off their product as though it was for this particular trademark owner that created. You create a nice trademark, and then the other guy, he changes maybe a letter in it or steals the colors, or on all fours, it looks like yours. Like let's say, if it looks like a frog, croaks like a frog, and jumps like a frog, then it's a frog. You see? So if a person, and of course, yes, just a small icebreaker. There is this girl that had never, a baby girl. She'd never seen a duck, but she had seen a chicken. She had seen a chicken, but she had never seen a duck. So the day she saw a duck, she's like, Mommy, what happened to this chicken? So going back to what I'm saying, so you understand now trademarks. The trademark, and for a patent, you need to register it in order to have it. And the aim is that the law will give you a bit of leg room to recover the costs of your invention. That is the aim. Because knowledge must build on knowledge. So any rule that is against that would be against public interest. But it is only fair, both in law and in equity, that if a person has come up with an invention, then they should be given a grace period, or they should be given legal allowance to recover their money before that knowledge can be made public. And in fact, to qualify for a patent, you must disclose. So that even, when it comes to reverse engineering and stuff, people do not have to, circumvent your science. But they can be able to use it when your time or the grace period that the law gives you expires. Trademarks also need registration. And yes, there are always exceptions. In the law we say that there is always an exception to the general rule. There are things that are forged in equity, in natural justice. There is probably a person who didn't register their trademark, but everybody knows it is theirs. There are those arguments, but you do not want to be favored by equity when you can outright decide to be, smart. Because also equity favors the vigilant. I hope you know that enjoyment of rights is not automatic. Enjoyment of rights is not automatic. You have a right. Nobody has a right to slap you. What would that mean? That you have a right not to be slapped. Has anybody been slapped this morning? But it's possible, right? It's possible. So enjoyment of rights is not automatic. That's why I say equity favors the vigilant. You sit on your right, yes, matter of fact. You what? You sat on it. It's not automatic. And sometimes you need the capacity. For example, if you are a law-abiding citizen of Uganda, nothing will buy you from using the roads because nobody is looking for you. It is also possible that there is a person here who the police is looking for. But if you're a law-abiding citizen and nobody is looking for you, sometimes to use the road, you must also have capacity. For starters, assuming the obvious is you must have legs. You can say, well, for me, I use a car, but okay, that is an exception. You must have legs. You must have capacity to enjoy the right. So we talked about patents, we talked about trademarks. And the other that is very important in this room, especially today, is copyright. And much of my discussion is going to be around copyright. There are other intellectual property elements. Some of them may come into the conversation. There are image rights. Now, today, we actually don't have a patent act. It is an industrial properties act. Because that for patents is so high, but for example, you've seen billboards. You may go on the road, you see a billboard. Hey, this billboard has 3 tires. It looks nice, a Trinity. I'd be like, let me go and get my guy. Let me go and get my guy to fabricate the same. You'll be shocked when they come to arrest you. Because of industrial property, which covers designs like that. And like they say, ignorance of the law is no defense. Of course, that is qualified if knowledge was an ingredient. There are scenarios where ignorance of the law is no defense, but there are offenses that require knowledge, that he did it with knowledge. So, for instance, if a person defiled a girl, under the law it is immaterial. If she looks 30, it is immaterial. If she actually seduced, if she actually raped, it's a moot if a woman can rape a man. But it is immaterial. Why? Because there is strict liability. Your knowledge is not important. Even traffic offenses. you cannot put up a defense that I didn't have a driving permit because I didn't know that you need it. Or I didn't know that my third party expired. That is no defense. Eh? But of course, an officer of the law has also the grace to exercise everything that is available for them under the law to handle matters like that, including a caution. Sometimes here the caution comes at a price, and you imagine, is that a caution or what? But that is what it is. Going back here, this is our topic today, and I will try to fit all my discussion in this. I'll try to fit all my discussion in this. Understanding intellectual property, IP. I defined what intellectual property is. Then intellectual property rights. Now that is also another definition that is in there for filmmakers, which is you. Who is a filmmaker? The array is big. From the executive producer to all the other people that have rights related to making films, which the filmmaker must acquire before they claim copyright. So a film, we shall define what a film is. All a motion picture, they all mean the same. But in the categorical copyright works, where it falls is audiovisual works. So it's like, where the audiovisual makers, please always put up your hand. They are talking about you. One time I was in Barara performing, and I heard somebody say, Kolo Mweshongozi, the MC announced that now the Mweshongozi is going to come. And everything in me was like, that is not me. Because for starters, relating with the Uganda, as I saw Mweshongozi, it looks like a Waizeka person. It looks like he doesn't really, I don't see how they meet with the musician. Mweshongozi. But now, already I saw the light, so I know better. They call him Mweshongozi, say, here I am. Yeah. So when they talk about audiovisual artists, you are an audiovisual artist. When you talk about a motion picture, you have to come to the front. You talk about film, all the things. They relate to you. Can you change that slide? Okay. Protecting your creative works. Why is it important to talk about protecting your creative works? Equity favors the vigilant. If you're going to learn some language in equity today, in the law today, learn that equity favors the vigilant. If you sit on your rights, they will be abused. My brother Norton, he has done some of the most wonderful audiovisual works for me, and I am very happy you're here. Yeah. So protection is so important, and protection is a personal duty. Do you need protection? Do you need protection? Yes. Sometimes you do. Ali amanyi akapira ke bayita kalimpitawa. I also coined another one. I'm also a creative. I coined another one that is supposed to help me when I go in meetings. Sometimes I have to check and see if anybody is wearing galimpitawa. The other one is the kalimpitawa, and it's for a particular part. But some people wear galimpitawa on the head. So you waste your time talking, but nothing is getting inside. Huh? In the past and in the West. So you come in a meeting, you first check. Because when you're wearing that, then I would just be wasting my time. Like I told you about the bill, I kept silent because I checked and it had no ears. So I decided not to talk. And when I check and see that it has no eyes, why would I show? Huh? It would defeat the purpose. If it has no eyes, why are you showing? And you may take that away as well. Bobanga tonalaga muntu soko kebedali na maso. Do they have eyes? Do they have eyes? So, protection, going back to our topic of discussion today, begins with you. There are things that give you protection as a matter of law. And this is wide. Like it has been said many years that a cockroach can move around the house, but it will not get into the nose. There's probably natural given to us by God. There is protection as a matter of law. Then there is a protection as a matter of personal effort. I need it. There is no law that requires you to pitch a fence on your house. Is there? There is no law. Why do you do it? You have your reasons. Protection of, it's not, you don't only need protection from thieves, but you can also need protection, privacy, of your privacy. And some people need more privacy than others. So, protection can be granted as a matter of law, but also protection can emanate from personal need. You look at a situation and you feel like, you know what? I need to be protected. If you see that there is apparent danger, if you have a house that is made of grass, and you see your neighbor's house on fire, a house that is next to yours, what would logic be? For me, if I get a license, I would go and fight for the neighbor. Selfishly, it's not about the neighbor, it's about me. Do you understand what I'm saying? And the protection sometimes is yes, I imagine that if I don't handle this in time, tomorrow it will be a problem. And we are going to be talking about protection a lot because we want to relate it with contracts. What if you've had the privilege of seeing a young snake? Isn't that the best time to kill it? Before it lays eggs. I remember at the National Theatre, there was this guy that parked badly. And the guy went on his car, he got a condom, and he put a note on the condom. He said, use it. Help the world by not multiplying yourself. Protection. Sometimes we need to protect ourselves from people. Even protecting ourselves from ourselves. Some of you are very nice people. Very nice. That you need to protect yourself from yourself. You trust people a lot. You trust people a lot. You saw it yesterday, and you hope today is going to be different. So, the key word is protection in there. And then also in our definition, we're talking about business. There is a statement, a fallacy, that pains me. It pains me a lot. When all our efforts as business people are summarized into culture. I remember at the Ministry of Gender, there was a culture forum, not the one you know today. And when we used to go for that culture forum, I used to be invited for those meetings. We used to be there with all other people that have a cultural aspect to their business, because everything was cultural before we see the modern interpretation of it, or the modern embedment of it. So is music, so is medicine. In fact, when we used to go there, we used to be there with witch doctors, herbalists, and everybody who has a traditional or cultural approach. But I don't want even to use the word, because culture is supposed to be progressive. Tradition has a kind of a static, you know, sense. There is a static sense both in the etymology of the word and the actual interpretation of the word. But culture is progressive. Now, at the Ministry of Culture, there is something that we lose in interpretation when people forget that we invest the resources that everybody else invests, which is the time, energy, and money. When you're making a film, all those resources are so apparent. There is a time, there is the energy, and there is money. And when we stand to claim our rights, so when we want to stand tall, these ones, this is the culture. This is culture. Not that culture is a bad word, but using it as a measure to disparage our efforts is not well founded. And it is the key to a lot of approaches that are misleading, because remember, like we were talking about protection. Protection from God, we get protection from God. Then we get protection from country, from the state. And then we can also have private protection, depending on the need. So, we invest time, energy, and money. So it is important to understand our business, rooted from the definition or the topic that we are having on the modern business trajectory. Our rights, how are they protected now, and how do we translate them into business? So we can stand tall and we say, well, this is what I do and it is okay. I remember there is a senior playwright, and well, because I'm not sure if we like this very much, I will not say his name, but when I tell the story, if he sees it, he will know it's him. But the most important thing is we need to learn from his practice and his mistake. He goes to the bank, and when he's in the bank, he had gone to find financing for a stage play at Bat Valley Theatre. So he goes to the bank, and the question was, what is the money for? It is for a play. What? Sente za muzanyo. So the banker who was receiving him was like, wait a minute, this is too funny and I can't be this selfish. Guys, come. So they all convened. I was like, tell us again, what is the money for? It is for a play. tulina omuzannyo was total comedy in the bank. Unfortunately, he also didn't get the facility he was looking for. There are places we need to get away from so that people can understand our business. Or we also understand our business to present it better. Because this has also been a challenge to my colleagues in my land brothers and sisters. They're trying to understand what we mean. There is general intelligence that comes with being a professional. A friend of mine who is a kindergarten teacher told me that when you're teaching children or babies, you need to have compound intelligence. Now a baby came to the teacher and the baby was saying, excuse me, the baby was crying. Baby is I would imagine, like I'm not saying the baby in a crib, but a baby who could, like those early days of an infant. So the infant goes to the teacher and the infant is crying and saying, excuse me, teacher, I want your pen. I said, now, infants don't use pens. If you want my pen, why are you crying? They were going through a painful episode. Now the teacher was concerned, looked at the baby. So like, what is the baby trying to say? So he tells the baby, okay, chingambe mu Uganda. And the baby said, ekalamu yange emenyese. You see, compound wisdom that comes with knowledge, deep knowledge of the sector. Now, this other promoter goes to the lawyer and he speaks in Uganda that njagala onkolere endagaano, I want you to make an agreement for me. Naguze ka million ku Christmas. Literally translated, I bought a million on Christmas. Now under the law you can't buy a human being. You can't. Waguze. That would be ab initio. It would be a void agreement. You can't buy a person. But if they came to me, I would know what they want to do. You understand? I would understand the contractual arrangement between the two. Chameleon is needed for this performance on Christmas and under these terms. But this general language that is used in the field, that is almost understood by everybody, I wouldn't even waste time on it. Who has ever said somebody, your neighbor, your friend comes to you and tells you, naguze nyumba. Naguze nyumba. Ne mumateeka tebagula nyumba. Under the law, you buy land. And even if you buy a palace, it is sufficient to say developed land. Even if it is a palace, because land is transferred with everything that is sitting on it, with anything other than its body weight. So, if you sell your plot of land, you have sold your house. So if they sell you a house without the land, you understand what I'm saying? So there is need, first of all, to codify how we do our business and elevate. Now that was to say that yes, we have a business and we need to be able to understand it and protect and make sure that other people understand what we do. That we are serious people. You're a filmmaker. The last one before I leave that, I like conversations because I want to remain all fours on the iKONVERSATIONS. So I'll tell you my stories. How far we have come and how far we need to go. I have this friend of mine, he gets married into a family where all these guys were, well placed. They had what we call the traditional careers. You know what the traditional careers are? Or professions? Yeah. For just that we get together. Is there anybody who doesn't know? So we get a one who knows too. So you all know what they call traditional professions. Without wasting time, a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, stuff like that. Even a teacher, yes. So all of these, all of the other brothers-in-law, this man incidentally had only daughters. And all the other professionals had the traditional professions. Now my friend, and this friend of mine, is a very quality human being. He's a very quality human being. He does very quality work. He's one of those artists who does not sell a piece for less than $5,000. And he's Ugandan. So he was the newbie in the family. So after announcing and giving all these credentials to the other brothers-in-law, now it was about him. But the father was not yet sure what he does. But it was like, he seems okay, he should be having a good profession. So when he announced, he says, okay. And this one, now he waits for him to finish the sentence. And he's also Munyankole. Certainly I love, like in my ecosystem of life, the West is surrounding me. And so, he had to finish the sentence. The conversation was in Unyankole, but I will not embarrass myself by pronouncing words wrong. So if I say something wrong, I have put that, a disclaimer. So it says, and this one, and then he finishes, Omutezi webishani. The man, that's like, what did you say? It's like, and then the man wanted to smooth it up. He says, yes, pictures using very, very powerful equipment. And then my friend was quick to correct that. He said, no, Nengalo. Disappointment and embarrassment was very obvious on the old man's face. Because these are new trajectories. It is our duty to stand and teach people that we are serious people. We invest serious stuff into this. We probably use more brain. We need to claim our space by being organized. And of course, so I don't want to use, because it's now a cliche. Everybody talks about we are not disorganized, but I know people that are very, very organized. Not only is very organized, the way he does his work. And he tells for the time, he's been running the same business. He's young, but it's coming to 20 years when you're doing this. Not so? 20 already. Do you understand? So, there is something we can talk about in that regard. So, let's move forward quickly, because I do not want to offend a resource that keeps going. By the way, for avoidance of doubt, this year I made 46. And I have never been freaked out in my whole life. The challenge is I gave myself a personal vacation. I went to a place I had not been before. I went to Indonesia, a place called Bali, alone, so I can fit my mind in my frame. Oh my God. Everything about 46. And there is a guy, who knows, he was a preacher, an American preacher, very powerful man. He's dead now. No. There is a man who was friends with many presidents as well. He wrote a book, Billy Graham. Yes, Billy Graham. So one of his last books is a Nearing Home. Nearing home. And Billy Graham says in Nearing Home that there is nothing good about old age. If you want proof, I am an old man, so I know what I am talking about. But then he says, unfortunately, there is nothing you can do about it. If you live long enough, one day you'll be old, even you. If you live long enough, one day you'll be old. The only anecdote of wisdom he gave is that you can delay the effects of old age. If old age affects your legs, try to handle it quickly. If your old age may affect your head, try to handle it quickly. So, 46 kind of crept on me, and it taught me the resource that is not one to take for granted, and for you, when you have it, use it. Why did I give you that story? I'm very happy. God has given me a life that is full of many different experiences. I started out as a musician. When you talk about 1999, when I started out, I was a teenager. I was a teenager as well, you know, and we enjoyed life, but we survived. Now I am an advocate of court. It's a new lease to life. Without grace, how do you explain that? So I will not talk about those. Those are very personal, and I do not want to cry in public. Just joking. But here, today, I want to draw from many of these. But some of these journeys, you'll have to move yourself. I'll give you a bit of the theory. I'll give you the theory. Some of it you can even get yourself. But you see how much it will help you. See how much the theory will help you. To learn. Because we are creatures which survive by learning. What you don't learn as a baby can affect you as an adult. I have seen many concepts that people have misinterpreted, like the concept of eating. Who knows eating? Do you understand? When you look at the body, what part eats? But there is a person who is still an infant in that concept. They think everything should come to the mouth. They came in my yard and saw flowers. They say, and I'll be like, I'll keep quiet. But I know this one thinks eating is only the business of the mouth. Baby, infant, yes, there is that stage as an infant. From hand to mouth. Whatever you touch, you must eat. We can't be like that. When we grow, and you must expand that concept. The eyes eat. Okay, hearing. Let's say randomly. On the body, what hears? Ears. Mpulira bulungi. Is it still ears? Mpulira obusungu. Where are the ears? So these are concepts where we begin. The concepts where we begin. This body represents the basic, and it is up to you to expand. So theory sometimes will just give you this much. What practice will teach you? For example, if they say don't play with the fire, and you have no idea what fire ever did. What fire ever did. Guys, do you need to be bitten by a snake to know that a snake is a dangerous creature? I don't think so. So you better learn from the testimonies of others. And probably they could even be exaggerated, but for your own good. Because the truth is that sometimes it takes a lot of knowledge to know what to avoid. So you just have to classify. Snakes are hated because of a reputation, not of what they. And I believe there is a snake that can grow old without ever biting a human being. I believe so. But there is an omnibus approach to hating snakes. I was in a lake, Semliki. I went to Semliki Lodge, and the proprietors, I don't know if the proprietors or they were just the managers, were South Africans, the Boers, the whites, South Africans at that time. So we were there in the evening, chilling. It was not a busy season. Then I see a snake. I was like, guys, there is a snake. And then the woman laughed. She said, okay, there is another one there. There is another one there. There is another one there. Oh, I froze. I couldn't wait to leave. From theory, from practice. So you're drawing a bit from, because I have been here. And it doesn't mean that you need to be as old as I am to make many mistakes. Huh? But we learn a lot from mistakes. Because there is a tracker that gets in the head that keeps beeping, don't. Even when people put, how many people are afraid of falling in love again? You see? And to the boy child, I tell you, this should be your prayer almost every day. God, help me not to fall in love. I don't know about the women, but the boy child, I tell you, include it on your prayer list. Because when a man loves a woman, he starts giving her everything she doesn't need, including his attention. Huh? You see? Mistakes from practice, yes. The theory, I can say I have a lot of theory as a lawyer, because the training of a lawyer teaches you where to find the law and to construct the law. Now, in the law, construction is the same as the interpretation of the law, only it digs deeper. From practice, I have been here on this playing field since 1999. And my name has been a household name. That is without saying, speaking of the extent. It could have been a household name in 5 houses, but it doesn't take away that badge, you know? 1999 as a teenager. Huh? Before you were born, we were already making some money in the music. Huh? The mistakes, these ones, I have had a fair share of mine. But you need to explore that from whatever. So meaning that, yes, we are having these conversations, and I have a belief that there will be something useful coming out of them. But the work is still yours. The work that is yours is to practice. Practice makes perfect. And if nobody is perfect, then why practice? Don't put too much logic in it. Practice anyway. Huh? You may never get perfect, but you surely improve. Yes.
Can we avoid some mistakes by implementing the theory and the practice?
Exactly. Actually, why I like to read. Can you repeat?
Can I avoid some mistakes by implementing the practice and the theory, and I still be knowledgeable enough?
So I'll make this exception, but we shall have the questions at the end. The first one is yes. I like to read about people's stories. Life is short. You can't experience everything in your lifetime. the mistakes that many times you want to avoid are mistakes that you avoid by looking at yourself as a human being and saying, if a human being has fallen, I too can fall. Beginning from the Bible, the men that loved women in the Bible. Now you boy child, pray that God is on your side when you fall in love. You see, from the Bible, you're learning from us. Now when I talk about the copyright bill today, you listen to Ike here when he was talking about the time. We were here. In 2006, we made a celebration. We went to calendar, and we even had the of dealing with the guys that had been at the top of infringement. The pirates created their own body and said, you know what, guys, we have been stealing because there was no law. And they made a very convincing proposal, now especially for the music. I said now we are, we are over 20,000. Just in Kampala, 20,000 pirates. So if Chameleon releases an album and he gives it to us, and each one of us collects 10,000, how much money will that be? Did you understand? So, if we are a million, former pirates, a million, Chameleon releases an album and each one of us brings 5,000. How can you even compare the benefit you would get? Of course, just opposing with the traditional distributors we had like Kasiwukira. It made a lot of sense. But you know what I learned? That a thief, when you see a thief crying, they're never sorry that they're a thief. They are only sorry that they have been caught. And that one I learned. I don't trust a thief. You can't trust a thief. Because all he's wearing is taking something for free. Even on their best day, a cat will eat rats. It can avoid them and avoid them if there is an apparent benefit in avoiding rats. But one day, if you have a cat, just watch the space. It can be a good cat that eats the rats and you never get to know, but a cat will eat rats. Okay? From mistakes. Let's progress. Who was helping with this? Now, I am just going to go through this very quickly because I want us to have, I think we shall benefit a lot from the Q&A. So I'll just, drive into it very quickly. IPRs. Now you know what the IPRs are. Intellectual property rights. And we categorized them. But before I get in here, I need to give you just a little, maybe we can find it later, what copyright is. We shall dive into copyright for filmmakers deeply. But now here we are talking about intellectual property rights generally. Because for you filmmakers, it is not only copyright that is important, but also other IP rights. And remember, the bundle of IP rights keeps expanding. That's why when we are writing, if you get a chance to look at the document your lawyer has drafted for you, at least look for one thing. The rights known now and the rights to be known in the future. It protects you because the bundle keeps expanding. Now we are getting into an era of deep tech. We're getting into an era of AI. And why these conversations become important. IPRs versus contractual rights. We can talk about IPRs, for example. Copyright is a what? An IPR is an intellectual property right, copyright. And contractual rights that are related to copyright actually the related rights, or the neighboring, the famous neighboring rights. Huh? And we are trying to change it in the codification of the Uganda law to call it related rights because it is understandable. The example, under the Act, it is categorical that a creator of a work, an author of a work, shall have copyright in that work. We shall dive, I'll unpack it for you to understand what copyright now means, having copyright means. But in this instance, even the law says the author of a work can have copyright. But then there is a section that talks about commissioned works and works done under employment. If you are employed to do a work, is the work yours? Yeah? If you're employed to do a work, is the work yours? That is the general concept. If I commission you to do for me a work, is the work yours? Yeah. But what does the law say? That if you wish to have some rights in that work, you better put it in writing. I don't know how we are going to just oppose this, because I wanted you to also address your mind to these particular sections of the law. Some of you are doing self-schooling, and maybe it would be of benefit. And like we said, a bill is not apparent law. A bill is still in the process. Is a legislation that is still in the process. So the apparent law in Uganda, the law that binds us in Uganda, is the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act of 2006. And that is the law that I'm going to be unpacking for you and discussing with you. So I want you to understand this very, very well, because it is going to be very important in our discussion and also to steer our mind. And I want you to leave this place with a new mindset about what copyright is and about what this business is about. Intellectual property rights are granted to the person who has created the work. But if we are saying that IP is a product of your intellect, does it mean that for anybody to have IP, they must create it themselves? Let me just get a short answer. For you to have IP, must you create it yourself? Huh? Okay, no. And I want to know the reason. Why?
Personally, I think I may have a dream of wanting to do something, but when I know personally I cannot do it, but I know somebody that I can give money and I do it on my behalf, and can have it in writing and say, you're doing this for me, but I retain the rights. The rights are mine. I'm paying you one off. You take your part.
Awawali sente kubawo nnyo. Awawali sente kubawo nnyo. This is a man, one of the greatest Americans that ever lived. He had a lot of business interests, but one of the most influential then was called Andrew Carnegie. Andrew Carnegie. Who has ever read a book by Andrew Carnegie or Dale Carnegie? How to Win? Which one is that? Is that the same?
Yeah, How to Win Friends.
How to Win? Yes, How to Win Friends and Influence People. Very powerful book to read. Me, I'm giving you, learning from practice. Eh? How to win friends and influence people. Very important book to read. This man, before he died, he preferred an epitaph. Do you know the epitaph? That stone that they put on the grave. I don't know when to use the tomb and the grave, but what they put on the grave is a tombstone. So the epitaph, this is what he wished. I don't know who wrote this, but avoid that typo. That is not how wish is spelled. I wish to have as my epitaph. That was his wish. That, can we read together? Are you able to see? That is Andrew Carnegie. That is what made him a wealthy, not a rich. It made him a wealthy man. He knew how, he was wise. He was more wise than knowledgeable. So wisdom helps you to get people who know more than you. That was his trick. What did we say? We are pouring from a cup of practice. It doesn't have to be ours. Aren't we learning? So, if you want to get intellectual property rights, it's not a one-way street. Because all of you know, the people that are exceptional. And this, by the way, a practice that has existed for a very long. Sometimes even simple things like cleaning. The guy you employ to clean knows more about cleaning than you do. They have more energy than they have. It doesn't mean that if I want to be, then I need to do it myself. Yeah, but there are elements that have to. You know, like in the Roman history, you see today people will talk about an American citizen as something, you know, that enjoys a lot of elevation in life. But history, what you see an American enjoying, just multiply it and imagine how a Roman citizen lived. These you see, the toilets of today. It was, the invention typically was inspired by the Roman way of living, only that in that time it was purely manned by humans. The toilet you see. So a Roman citizen, a Roman citizen enjoyed life, that even when they had to kill Jesus, you couldn't kill a person. You had to get authority, license from a Roman citizen. Pirate, you had to get license from a Roman citizen. So, away from that, really, what we are talking about is that, yes, there are many ways of acquiring intellectual property rights. So, would you rather spend sleepless nights trying to come up with something when you clearly know a guy who has it, who can take 1 day, who can take 3 minutes, and you just buy it from them? Employ them, commission them, and let the money. We talked about those 3 resources. Never forget them, because they will remind you, when you don't have money, check, do I have energy? You are still a rich man if you have energy. If you don't have energy, what is the other one we're talking about? Time. Do I have time? If you still have time, you are still a rich man. Don't take things for granted. My friend lost teeth many years ago, and he went to a dentist, and that time the permanent dentures, he lost about 6 teeth in an accident. And they told him, they gave him a bill, each tooth was going for about 4 million. Then he came and told me, you know what, Silver? I have not yet gotten the teeth, but I have learned, even when I look at a baby now, everybody I see with teeth, I look at a billionaire. Huh? Look at these millionaires. Eh? Everybody with teeth is a millionaire. Sometimes it takes more for you to understand. So I think you get that very much. If you have money, you can buy intellectual property rights. And money is going to be a key thing. And let me give it to you before you even get there. If you're finding difficulty in knowing who owns intellectual property, if you're finding it difficult in knowing who owns the copyright, follow the money. Follow the money. You'll be on the right track. Ownership. And these are issues to ponder. I need to first take off the Galimpitawa from your head, so we can dive into and discuss. It will be easy for you when you know these concepts. Ownership versus access. Do you need to own what you can access? And this is increasingly becoming important today. Who is smart enough to tell me how you can access intellectual property? How can you access intellectual property? Does any one of you subscribe to Netflix? Has any one of you paid a publisher money for a master use license or the synchronization rights? Has anyone? Okay. To unpack it, that yes, the first way to access intellectual property that you don't own is through a license. Or even better, in certain circumstances, an assignment. You know, we are all here on a license. License, in the legal terms, license is a big word. If we didn't have license to be here, we would be sitting in the four corners of the crime or civil wrong that they call trespass. If we didn't have license, we would be trespassing here. Even me who is talking too much, if I didn't have license, I would be trespassing. So the question is, do you need to own what you can access? Let me give you a cogent example. Sometimes you want milk. And it is difficult to say that the milk is mine when you don't have a cow. Because when you have your cow, then the issue of how you got the milk becomes irrelevant. And you want only milk. You want to access milk. And you know what some of you do? If you want milk, now you start wanting to buy a cow. Do you understand? If you want milk, sometimes it is milk you want. You don't want a cow. You want a good time, and the next day you're walking to the altar. Sometimes the cow makes a noise. It has a cow dung. It does not wash its skin. It actually has one dress. Assuming it is a female, or it has one shirt if it is a male. It has one outfit. And all the things you may not want. So it doesn't mean that anytime you want to use intellectual property, you need to own it. And that is embodied in what now we see like pay TV. For us in our times, the well-to-do used to have a whole room full of video cassette tapes. But now that is a planned family. But now, access as opposed to ownership. I don't need to own a tape. I can call it video on demand. Pay-per-view. That is the new way. And that takes us back to the other concept we learned, a bundle of rights. Copyright is a bundle of rights. Those we know now and those to be known in future. And when we talk about future, we are speaking infinity. We are speaking infinity. Some will be known after we are all gone. Did you think you are here forever? No. If we are talking about here as this planet Earth. In fact, usually there is a philosopher I like to quote a lot in my conversations. He said, guys, what if the Earth is farming us? What if the Earth is farming us? I mean, all the guys that were here before us have been eaten by the Earth. We are not seeing things right. Times when you think you are taking advantage, when they are taking advantage of you. So, ownership, all of these. Let your brain, listen to me. I just want your brain to unlock something. Do you need to own what you can access? Even when you are a tenant. Omanyi obugagga bw'omupangisa. The wealth of a tenant. Obugagga bw'omupangisa kusenguka. Yes. You don't acclimatize yourself to bad situations when you are a tenant. 2 months there is no water. Leave Ntinda and go to Munyonyo. You see? So if you don't, I don't want to use the word foolish. So I will use, you see, the art of language, for me, the first word began with Christ. When he said, Father, forgive them. Because they don't know. And these were adults. So, wouldn't it fit if Jesus said, Father, forgive them because they're stupid? But Jesus was nice. Jesus is nice. He said, forgive them. They don't know what they are doing. So when you're a tenant, move. Be ready to move. Buy furniture, invest in furniture that can move. When you're a tenant, togula pipa. Furniture that is, I'm giving you. Remember, theory, practice, mistakes. Don't be a tenant that can't move, for then you'll miss the advantage of tenancy. Now, ownership versus access. Everything in life, now away from this. Do I need to own it? Or it's better access? Access. Access doesn't give you as many liabilities as ownership. Do you understand? So, when you're dealing with IPRs, also learn. Some things don't go. Studio now, I need a song. I need a song in my, I need a soundtrack. And I must get one that is original, unless it is an original one that you need. If you can get a license for a fraction of what you would have paid for an original composition, it's far better. You do it in a minute, and you avoid dealing with many people, because the creatives are very emotional beings. You get there, and they make your life very difficult. And this I know. So, or even you create something that is not as good as what you would have gotten license for. So think so much about that. Ownership versus access. Where you can get a license, and you know, even these pictures, there are the sequel, making sequel rights, pre-sequel, then there are spin-offs. All these rights are related to your works as videographers. If you cannot tell a good story, but then you can get a license to make a spin-off of a good story, or to make a sequel of a good story, or to imagine what happened before the story happened, all those are ways you get a license to do that. You can get a license to do that. In the AI era, what rights will be left? I want to promise you, follow the money and you'll know. AI is a tool, okay? And if you use AI with a license, whatever you create is yours. What would happen if I used the AI without license? Who would own the rights? Because there is a proprietor of AI, but the good thing many times in intellectual property, once you use something that where a matrix has been cut, something has already been provided for the public to consume, the remedy is always remuneration. If you didn't pay the license, you pay the license plus a penalty if it is applicable. For example, I come to your house and I borrow, and I'm using these words very well, because for a lawyer to say theft, there are ingredients that must be satisfied. But then I borrow. I come to your house. No, I don't borrow, and I take your hoe without borrowing. In other words, I take it without your consent, and I go in my garden and I dig. Can you make an argument that whatever I've planted is yours? Where is the issue? Where would the legal issue be? Yes, you took my hoe, used it without my permission. So, neighbor yagalachi, nti mpaye bitano, tuba nkusonyiye tokiddangamu. And in fact, when a person fails to prove the ingredients of theft, which are usually that a person took something that is capable of being stolen. Those are the key ingredients of theft. A person took something that is capable of being stolen. The next ingredient, that they had intention to deprive the owner permanently. So that takes away the idea, I took it without your consent, but I am next door, so you would always find me. So the remedy there is trover. Return it. You've committed a civil wrong, which is a tort. Return it. Give him back his wheelbarrow. Give back the hoe. And if it goes to the LC and they see fit that this person should be compensated, then that can happen. So in the era of AI, there will be many rights. Meaning that you, a creative, can actually use AI the way an accountant uses accounting software and still gets paid. But mainly the rights, awali sente kubawo nnyo in modern intellectual property, copyright. The key guy you should always be is the guy with the money, because he will take the rights whether you want or not. Don't look at me like that. It's not an entirely bad thing. How many creatives would do anything useful if nobody was going to pay them? How many? Who has heard of Mozart, the greatest musician that has ever lived? Of course, that is perspectively. Mozart. It is on record that he created so many or so much. Why? Because he was almost always in debt. He was almost always in debt. Hunger is good for you. Because I will just introduce it, I may repeat it, because it is not all over. There are always, when we are talking about copyright, there are always two rights that coexist. One is the moral right, and the other is the economic right. They are born as twins. The moment you do something, the moment you create something that qualifies to be yours under any parameters or under any classification of intellectual property, there are two rights that are born, especially talking about copyright. And one is the moral right, and the other is an economic right. You need to be able to write that down. Moral right, economic right. Moral right, economic rights. They are born as twins, but you can sell one or license. But there is one you can't give away even if you wanted. The moral right, because it is a matter of fact right. In fact, even if I hire a company to write for me a movie script, when it comes to moral rights, we shall lift the veil and look for Norton. Moral rights are attributed to humans. It can't be taken away. And later when we are talking about the chain of title that you see, the COT, which is a very apparent or an important aspect to your business. When we look at the chain of title, don't follow all these guys you see listed on the chain of title. Is the director, let's go to the bank, misleading. Is the supervisor, line editor, costume, whatever. Don't follow them. It's very misleading. Who do you have to follow to the bank? The EP. Even there are many producers. Actually, for film it is easier. Copyright in film is easier than copyright in music. Because you see music producers now coming up in arms. We own 50. And by the way, learning from practice and experience, there are things, there is no depth or ultimate depth to sadness. Some things can be very sad. And one of them is watching a person putting on an intelligent face, talking about things they don't know. It is so painful. So in the music, we have those that could be creative producers. We have those that could be music producers, whatever prefix you prefer. But the guy you follow to the bank when it comes to a sound recording is the record producer. And the company hierarchy accepted. In Uganda, you can look at a guy like Julius Chaze. He's a record producer. Do you understand? A guy you follow to the bank. For film, look for executive producer. Follow. Director. Yes, they could have related rights. I am not saying that ever, but if you do an abductive reasoning is when you jump to a conclusion. Because you think I'm always here, you come and don't find my car, then it's like he's not there. Abductive reasoning. You have jumped to a conclusion. It's dangerous, especially in the days where we live. Some things don't seem to be what they appear to be. So the AI era is going to make life easy. It's going to help in a lot of ways, including simplifying things, things where you were cheated, where you were cheated, it can help, circumvent some of those. But remember the idea of license, which takes us back to ownership versus access. If you don't have AI, learn to access it. And I was here when the automatic vehicles had just started. I was here. And you know what they used to talk about automatic vehicles? Ezo zabalema. Thank you. Ezo zabalema. Yes, constipation can even be in the head. Things have moved on. It is not useful anymore, but you keep it there. That's zabalema. And I was rebellious. I said, if I have a chance to look for one thing, I'll choose a hustle. Let me look for money and stop looking for GRs. Now you look for money and you insist on looking for GRs. What kind of life? Cope. Learn the benefits. But you see AI, Haman here probably knows more. He has been teaching me a few things about AI. The source. AI eats. And when something eats, we say garbage in, garbage out. You need to check where your AI feeds. Because it is intelligence. It can manufacture facts. Some lawyers who want to, they want to beat deadlines and they decide to use AI to find the cases. Hey, he gives you citation, he gives you facts. You go and check incredible sources and it is a total fabrication. That is what AI can do. See? So make sure that as you are improving your life, find credible AI. And many times that will be licensed. It is a planned kid AI. They feed it properly to avoid some of those things. Then money versus creativity. You read that book, Talent Overrated. Look out for some of those. Money. You guys here. And if there is nothing you take out of this discussion, start respecting a person with money. Start now. Remember, they are twins. One of them can't be given away. The moral right is the right of attribution. He's the one that created it. Well, it has also a right of integrity. That one we can talk about later. Attribution, he did it. Yes, like the guys who are abali bapota ku Mapera house. A guy who was a porter at Mapera house today could be homeless. But as a matter of fact, he was part of the builders of Mapera house. Who takes Mapera house? The guy with money. So, intellectual property. Money versus creativity. This money guy, who knows, Caesar, what do they call it? Paper? Rock, paper, scissor. This guy will wrap this one up almost always. Almost always. And it is a good thing because then we can get creativity from everybody. If you've done any element above elementary study, you know that when you copy from one source, what is that? Plagiarism. But when you copy from many, what is that? That is research. That is what gives you a PhD. Yes? You copy from many, research. You copy from one person, you're going to jail. You're going to pay. Money versus creativity. This allows you to harvest from what God has deposited in different people. You understand? When you have money, you can bring different talents together and you create something. And that is the job of an EP. An EP is an executive producer. And in the word and letter of the law, unfortunately, I don't have the privilege of being able to show you what the law says. A producer in the law is the person who organizes and finances. Now that is categorical. If the law wanted to co-opt, it would say all. Huh? All it would say and all, and slash all. But the law says a producer is a person who organizes and finances. What can you organize these days without money? What? Do you understand? So the key word is money. It takes more to win. Talent is overrated. Find it, read it. You can't live long enough to experience everything by yourself. Always go to the guys that have seen it. Now, we creatives, where should we put our effort? What is easier, thinking or Googling? You see? Who is the president of Nigeria? You see? Now, who is the president of Liberia? Some of these say, if I ask Siri, I could have the answer. Probably there are things now we don't even need to keep in our heads. That is why the evolution on AI is to see the interoperability between the human brain and the computer, the body of knowledge that already exists. So that everyone, in order to be a smart being suited for the future, needs to have their brain attached to an artificial source, at least of knowledge. So your wisdom can now allow you to apply the knowledge. Because going to school and unpacking and then to cram and remember the things, you understand? It's a whole, you know. I mean, if I can have already a disc, that's, I mean, it's like reinventing the wheel. We already come here. We have discovered the advantages of dressing up. Why are you disturbing it? And for me, you see, I just don't do things without thinking. Why should I dress up? I had a person who was making an argument. You see, a human being does not need to bathe. See, people will try to reason with everything. But now it is proved that sometimes you don't have to go through all of this, you know, to try and remember. To try and remember. The future is just next door. And today, if you can Google and get the answer, use your brain for more complex things. If you're spewing facts, saying this, saying this, saying this. And it's known, people with a lot of facts usually don't do very well in life. They know the most expensive car, they know whatever, they know who has money, they know whatever. Like, yes, knowledge. And the Bible says, one time I was dealing with a situation. It was about leadership, and I was there, and the song came very clear. Like he came in, and it took even long to know that it was a line out of a song. It's like God was talking to me, Sylver. What peace we often forfeit. What needless pain we bear. Then he was telling me, look at the peace you are living. You're bothering yourself with things, burdens that are useless. Burdens that are useless. Sometimes you suffer a burden that is useless. It could be a cognitive issue. Like a guy who was given a ride. When this guy was given a ride, he had his mugugu. And then he kept it on the head. After a while, the guy was giving me a ride. I was like, man, why are you carrying that? I was like, no, I just don't want to be ungrateful. Now, you carried me. Should I also make you carry my luggage? You see, good man. Apparently, we can say the head wasn't very good. Good man with a head that is not so good. Technology versus skill. All of these. Now for you, you know this movie. I think it's a series, Hunting Wives, by that director, McLaren. I was watching one time, I think it was a podcast, and she was saying that to be a good director in the past, you need to have a lot of knowledge of camera. There were other skills that would make you a director. But technology has taken care of that. And she said what she now champions is storytelling. Let technology take care of the rest. Concentrate on the story. If technology has come to take your burden, don't get a ride and keep your mugugu on the head. Yes, you're being nice, but you're not being smart. In neither helping you, neither know the guy that has given you the right. Can we proceed from there? Money. The guy with the money, thank you very much. We have seen some of these. We've seen some of these. Let's move forward. We talked about intellectual property, but just in case you want to take a picture of that, you can be able to take a picture of that and be able to refer that intellectual property is a bundle of rights. We even have geographical indications. Who has ever wondered what it means? It's a made in Uganda, made in Japan, made in China, right? All the things are not empty. For example, the coffee that comes from Brazil may not be some of the coffee that comes from Uganda. The earth matters. That's where you see who drinks alcohol in this place. I'm not talking about it as a bad thing. I didn't say who is a drunkard. Who knows champagne? Who knows champagne? Okay. What is champagne? And what is the origin of champagne? France. You understand? Who knows whiskey? And when it becomes Scotch or Scotch whiskey, where does that come from? Scotland. Okay, who knows Uganda origin? You see? Geographical indication. Probably nowhere in the world. I have been to the world and I have not found matoke tasting like the matoke of Uganda. Who associates with that? People who've traveled. Geographical indication. And by the way, this is the Pearl of Africa. So these are intellectual property rights. And here, what is basically to keep in your mind to think, when a person wants protection from invaders of their privacy or from potential thieves, what do they do to their house? They pitch a fence around it. And when you want to protect your intellectual property, because intellectual property is not a physical thing, it can be stored on something physical. So what do you do for intellectual property? You use the rights. You go to court, you argue that I had a right, and he infringed that right, and he caused me this loss. You see? So, physical property, you put a fence. Intellectual property, you protect through registration, through vigilance. I taught you something about vigilance, which will be very important, especially where we are as creatives. Equity favors the vigilant. You sit on your rights, you are abused left, right, and center. Because enjoyment of rights is not automatic. It's not automatic. Sometimes you don't even know that you have a right. Do you know that you have a right to clean air? I don't think you can sue a person who spoils the air in public. But if we stretch, it's a criminal offense. To what is that offense called? It's a fouling air. It's a criminal offense. It's a criminal offense. I hope we don't have any criminals because it smells so good in here. So can we proceed? So we talked about the rest, but now we are going to talk about copyright. So what does copyright do? It offers protection for authors. Author is a wide word. Is a wide word, and many times when I'm using it, I put authors and owners, because the word author and owner, author in its etymology and general use refers to the person, seems to refer to the person that has actually, created the work, either written it or whatever. But yet, in our earlier understanding, we understood that you can actually commission a person to create for you work. And they will do it happily, and you will change their lives. Good man, taking everything from the creative and only giving them money. But what can't money buy? You see? Whichever way you look at it. So, protection for authors, musicians, artists, ensuring they receive royalties and recognition for their work. Royalties here represents what we call the economic rights. And recognition for their work, moral rights. It's a right for attribution. So when you look at the chain of title, 99% of the chain of title, what does it say? Moral rights. Don't look at the chain of title and think all these guys made money. Some of them were paid very little, but very little is still okay, because if it does not offend the law, then it is not illegal. It may be immoral, but not illegal, because the law, generally, the attitude of the law is that whatever the law does not forbid, it therefore allows. A guy got people to eat a dog, and they failed to sue him, because it's not a criminal offense to feed people on a dog. But yes, there are laws, they can be a tort if there is actual danger, if they can show actual damage. But you ate a dog and you thrive, and you look nice like that, and you think you can sue a person that they gave you a dog. You see? So we saw these trademarks, just for a little repetition, safeguarding brands, logos, encourage businesses to develop unique identities. It is also important for films because we have trademarks in films. What is the example of a trademark in film? It even begins with the company. Because the trademark, first of all, will protect Norton. What is the company again called? NG Films. So how would you feel if a guy from wherever shot a music video or a motion picture and signed it with NG Films? Do you see? That is now trademark. They are passing off their product as though it was mine. They create liability for my business if they're actually providing a substandard product, or they're benefiting from the goodwill that I've already created in the market, offering people an alternative without the sweat that I invested in creating this trademark, this name. It can be a logo. It can be, by the way, trademarks can even be sounds. Who has switched on a Mac? Huh? I think also a PC. I think, is it Windows? That is trademarked, by the way. You cannot, I don't know what music note that is, but it's trademarked. A sound, it can be a sound. That's a trademark. I don't need to talk about trademarks because you guys know all these trademarks. So passing off. So in your business, as a filmmaker, you need to protect your trademark. You need to register your trademark. It doesn't mean that you can't get redress, but it is easier. Because every time you look at the law, don't ever make a mistake of thinking that the law follows the truth. It doesn't. Judges are not God. They don't see the goodness in your heart. They are not God. That is why the law follows evidence. If it is planted properly, if evidence is manufactured properly, you'll go to jail and go to heaven after. There is a guy who wrote a book. It's called Jeffrey Archer. He wrote a book, The 11th Commandment. Who has ever heard of the 11th Commandment? The 11th Commandment. What is the 11th Commandment?
I've heard the book, but
Yeah. Who has heard of the 11th Commandment? Thou shalt not be caught. Tokwatibwanga. The book is called The 11th Commandment. Thou shalt not be caught. If you are caught, whether it is fabricated or whatever, you go to jail. Nebya katonda bidalamu. Can go on your knees and repent and go to heaven. Different jurisdictions. Give Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and to God what belongs to God. Encouraging businesses to develop unique identities. If you could just take it away. Nobody would labor with trademarks. So you see the rationale of the law. Patents. Protecting inventions, fostering innovation, and technological advancement. I talked about that. Patents, like I said, and I should be categorical. If facts are different, I will take my submission down. But I believe in the last 10 years, we probably have not registered even one single patent at Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Fact. One. Good. See? Janzi. They have a patent. I think they have an industrial design. They probably have an industrial design, but not a patent. The main difference between patents and copyright, especially in the cogent rules of being able to fit within either, is the issue that for copyright, you do not need to create something new. Because patents use novelty as the standard. Copyright uses originality as the standard. And originality in copyright only means that you didn't copy another person. So if I can come to court and prove that I didn't have access to your work, we are all created by God. Isn't it possible that God will give us both the same idea? And that's why actually copyright does not protect ideas. Categorically, Section 6 of the law, ideas are not protected by copyright. You have an idea, shut up. You're risking it. If I go and fix it, copyright goes to the person that has fixed the work. Now we are unpacking copyright. The first thing under copyright, we have two rights, the moral right and the economic right. Number two, under copyright, copyright does not protect ideas. Now, number three, the extent of copyright is still growing. That's why I've always been telling you that we talk about rights we know now and those to be known in future. Are you with me? So, when we talk about copyright and the extent of copyright, who knows Kim Kardashian? Everyone. Who knows Jane Selter? Jane Selter was she used to be so popular on Instagram. Now, how I got to know this matter, every time Kim Kardashian would make a post, especially one of the BAM, Jane Selter would copy it. And at that time, Kim Kardashian instructed her lawyers to explore the possibility of suing Jane Selter for copying her BAM poses. If it can be copied, the standard is that if it can be copied, it deserves protection. If it can be copied, it is therefore copyrightable. If it can be copied and it is yours. So the standard for copyright is originality. It doesn't require that something is new. It only requires the standard, we call it independent effort. Independent effort. I did this independently. Independent effort. Mark that. Because other doctrines like sweat of the brow have been struck off the legal standards necessary. Independent effort. So for copyright, originality does not require that something is new, but rather it requires that the effort was independent. The scope of copyright keeps expanding. Because copyright covers literary works. It covers scientific works. And it covers artistic works, including computer programs. They're covered under copyright. Sermons, right? If I was making my personal speech, and somebody recorded me and sold, I would probably, but copyright now looks at the person who fixes. You've heard of the story of SYLVER. When he was suing, they were using a lot of his voices as ringtones. So he went to court and sued that these guys are making money out of my words. But there are exceptions. The scope is big, but there are exceptions. Things, news, if you are captured in the news, it's not a copyrightable issue. Public speeches, the president is speaking. Whatever happens in the parliament, that is not copyrightable. We cannot say that the government has copyrighted all. I cannot copyright the Copyright Act. Even the Copyright Act, you cannot copyright it. Isn't that nice? Because the law is the law. So there are many exceptions to copyright. So in this case, the challenges with that case of SYLVER and MTN, the first one is that it is not him that had fixed it. He was speaking, and he was speaking as a public officer, and somebody captured it, probably even captured it in the news. After capturing it, he started using it as a ringtone because it was funny. Now, all the fours of copyright were not tying in properly to be on SYLVER's side. So that brings us to the next question. Is in order for me to get copyright, what do I need? The law And like I said, we don't have the whatever, but maybe next time we can be able to look at it, looking at the law and getting you to those particular sections. Some of you, the doubting Thomases, you look at the law, you put it this way, you put it that way, and say, yeah, it's a baby boy. So, the law prescribes that a person shall not be subjected to any formality in order to get copyright. And you have copyright irrespective of quality of work or the purpose. Irrespective of quality of work or the purpose. Now let me ask a question. If I make a pornographic film, okay, let me say if you make a pornographic film, would you have copyright? I've told you, you have copyright irrespective of quality or purpose. And you don't have to be subjected to any formalities. If you make a pornographic film, would you have copyright? Yes, sir. Black market. Do we have another microphone? Okay, as they get you another mic.
Okay, thank you, sir. My name is Nachivinge Swaib. I'm a filmmaker from Nasana City. When you make a pornographic film, personally, I think you don't own copyright because according to our laws, Ugandan laws, they are against pornography. So you're breaking a law. So you can't get a copyright while breaking a law. That is my point of view.
Has anybody got a view that is different from that one? So, Mr. Nachivinge, categorically, you are wrong. Your answer is dead as doornail. Why? And that is how we learn. Copyright is a bundle of rights. And when we talk about the bundle of rights, what are the rights under copyright? To use your copyright or to authorize others to use? If I make my film, talking about copyright, and I use it to make myself happy, to admire what God gave me, use it, mine, I have a right to use. The other right is to authorize others to use. Now, can I enjoy that right? That is a moot. The other right is to broadcast the work. The other right is to reproduce the work. So what you are mixing in order to settle it quickly. If you made a pornographic film, without fear of contradiction, you would have copyright over your things. But in Uganda, according to the broadcasting standards that UCC has set, it would be another question. Would you be able to exploit it in Uganda? The answer is no. So where are you making it? It can be for private use. Or you can have an intention of selling it in a jurisdiction where you can be able to exploit it and make some money. Do you know that in some countries, the pornographic films are not illegal? They can be broadcasted. In fact, some broadcasting standards, what they do, when they're classifying content, if time allows us, we shall even look at things like that. When they're classifying content, there is content they only allow to be shown after midnight, when the babies are sleeping. So you would have copyright, but you will not be able to enjoy most of those rights in Uganda. And you'd also have the risk of the moral right. You know, sometimes when you talk about the moral right, people think it is always a good thing. But also being remembered for creating something like that. You know, for example, in the music, there are guys who are remembered for creating content that is explicit. I would tell you of a song, but I will not dare. Because all my life, the title that even this guy chose for his song, I just know it is such a bad word that I don't even know what it means. It is so bad that I don't even know what it means. But I know it is so bad. And then a guy has the audacity of putting it on the table. Huh? So private use, what does it mean? Let's say, and I usually use this example. Sometimes your face is not your favorite feature. And let's say you have better legs, or you have a better ass. Can you co-opt your ass for the ndagamuntu? There are things that are not optional. Do you understand? You can't. So sometimes it is how it is. There are rules that sometimes must be applied without favor. Tega baba nange face itayina yimirira sebo kundaga muntu. Whether it is a half twisted what kundaga muntu, there is no compromise. You have no face, you have no ndaga muntu. Face, hey, these things, my heart is better, no. My heart is better, no. So image rights, and we in Uganda we have had scenarios. In fact, some of the cases where people won a lot of money was in the image rights. I remember, I think it was an issue of Uganda Bati where they used an image of some woman and stuff like that. What is that case? Yeah. So the courts awarded a lot of money for image rights. So face value can also take you to the bank. And these things people say fairly, but you know, yeah, face value. And when we talk about face value, we are talking about face value. It doesn't mean, you've seen people see a baboon and say like, oh, it's so beautiful. And it is prospectively beautiful. So some people win, not because the face pretty, but because the face has too much character. It has too much character that, you understand? It is fit for purpose. When they are going to kill Jesus, if, you know, like you can be able to tell your talents from childhood. If you are Mary, Mother Mary, you know you have a pretty face. If you are the one that is supposed to be Judas, it speaks something. And sometimes that is why we say equity favors the vigilant. They tell you kill Jesus, I say no. I shall not be the one that kills Jesus. I shall not kill Jesus. You see? So that is image rights. Legal rights that individuals have over their likeliness, image, and personal identity. Personal identity includes your name. And a moot question. If I loved Jack Chan, if I loved Jack Chan growing up, and then I say, when I grow up, I'll get my child and I'll call my child Jack Chan. So I get my Jack Chan Jr., I train him in all the moves of Jack Chan. And later, my Jack Chan becomes a film actor. And he's called Jack Chan. And when you go to his identity card, the guy is called Jack Chan. What would be the legal issues there? I leave to you. You all have lawyers as friends. And, you know, rights known now, and those to be known future. Some of those, you know, when the court entertains a matter, that means it can go this way or that way. Do you know that there are circumstances when a person has to be more right than the others? They are all right, but there is one who is more right. Probably because they are favored the particular bias of the judge. So those are image rights. Very important for you. As an actor, very important. So when you are signing a document as an actor, you have image rights. And when you are an executive producer, you must acquire those image rights. If you don't have them. Don't imagine that it is obvious. Obvious, that is in your head. Because when we are contracting, the most important thing is that there must be a meeting of minds. If we are talking about Kampala Road, do you know there is a Kampala Road in Jinja? There is even one in Masaka. Hey. So we say, let's meet on Kampala Road. And me, I go to Kampala Road in Jinja. And for you in Kampala Road in Kampala. That is a genuine mistake that vitiates the contract. We didn't have a meeting of minds. So neither of us is in the wrong. But the contract can't be enforced. In circumstances like that, it is difficult. Many times the laws will fall where it lies. Image rights, very important when you're contracting. And expand as much, because life and the law, life is about survival for the fittest. Of course, we have what we call unconscionable bargain. Yeah, when you're bargaining, natural justice should prevail. She's an old woman. She has a house worth 100 million. And you want to give her 1 million. Natural justice, unconscionable bargain, but these are legal doctrines and principles that are rare. Sometimes it is what it is. Who knows Professor George Kakoma? You guys, I don't know if you studied our local history. Professor George Kakoma. What is he known for? The national anthem. Do you know that Professor George Kakoma went to court and he said, guys, this song that you sing as the national anthem, I was not paid. I was not paid. The matter went to court, and when we went to the High Court, they asked, okay, how come you are not paid? They said there was an announcement. The announcement, what was the announcement saying? Announcement was saying that whoever can write this and this and this can come up with this and this competition, this creation. It was a competitive drive, basically. Can participate in this competition. And the winner will receive this amount as a token. Now the token, because in the law, we look at 3 things. Was there an offer? Yes. What was the offer? Whoever can write this and this can participate in this competition. If they win, they will get this. Okay. Did you accept? Yes. Because what is acceptance is I participated. Okay. Did you get the token? Yes, but it was small. And in fact, it was just a token. The law said, well, under the law, those issues where you hear people say, he only gave me transport. It doesn't work like that. Whether you consider it transport, whatever, as long as you have been paid and accepted the terms, you come and whatever, release. And that is why I tell you, executive producers, the guy who organizes and finances you, make sure a trial bundle is difficult. I mean, a COT. A COT documentation is difficult to create at the end. From the beginning, ng'omuntu yakava ku boda nga n'amatu gannyogoga awo omuwere emitwalo gye 2. and they should sign off. So it is still up to them to sentence evidence ejukolera. And these some of the things guilds have tried to be creating, that we as a guild, we must protect people from being exploited. But a guild that does not offer you an alternative. Yeah? Now for me, I'm hungry. And you tell me you should not accept. On record in the Bible, a person sold his inheritance for a morsel. Agamba nti why? Obusika tebulina kye bugenda kunnyamba nga nfudde. Kansooke ndiye. Nakola ebyange. Matter of fact, you as an EP, an executive producer, the guy that is making this film, at that point, nga yakava ku border papa, nga tonalinya ku set, release. Otherwise, if it comes later, then it is a moot. And that is why we say, gentleman agreement. Gentleman agreement, two liars have met. Where is the gentleman agreement? And the big assumption is that the person is a gentleman. Gentleman is a key word when it comes to a gentleman agreement. You can't be wishful thinking around a gentleman agreement. Are you sure he's a gentleman? Are you? Do you understand what I'm saying? That is why, and in fact, in sales of goods or services, anything that is above 500,000, is that the position? Anything above 500,000 must be in writing. In writing. So, at that point, that is where you sign off all of these image rights, and it can be, basically to promote the film. It can be whatever. You can expand. For example, if it's a sequel, it can be used. You can even bargain for rights that you can transfer to another person who eventually becomes the owner. So what I wanted to talk about copyright, about ownership and author, is to, every time you see those words, try to make them mean the same. Because we acquire copyright in a differently. Sometimes when you pay somebody, you may not totally sit properly in the seat of an author. But it doesn't take away that you're a copyright owner. Because most of the copyright owners, away from authors, have economic rights. Remember, this is the twin that you can sell, give away for free, license, whatever, distance yourself from. You create a work and I say, I don't want a small, even a penny from that work. And some people have tried to exercise it. There is a Kadongo Kamu musician, he's called Segawa, Vincent Segawa. When he converted to Islam, he went and broadcasted that anybody who has my music should delete it from today. I don't want anybody to listen to my music anymore. Is that legally enforceable? In their exercise of a moral right, we must also look at the things that are possible to do. But yes, he had a right, but is it easy to exercise that right? Because the law says that if a person wishes to exercise their moral right of integrity, that now this no longer represents what I am, then they must compensate anybody that acquired it through legal means. Meaning, if I have been listening to your song and I bought it, you have to pay me, pay back my money, then I will stop because I bought it. Do you understand? It becomes difficult. And also know that these rights, stop, don't play, what? Those ones are secondary. This is business. The right that you should know that comes to you as a creator and copyright owner is the right to remuneration. and the thing you do, he didn't pay for the license, he didn't do it with access, he should compensate me. Because once you cast the public matrix, the product is already now available on the public. You cannot stop people from accessing it. But when you catch them accessing it away from your license, then you can choose to sue them for compensation. All wish to punish them under the criminal statutory sanctions available. So those are image rights, and the key word there, those are very important rights for you as a creator of a work to acquire. Then industrial designs, we shall not get in there because we talked about them. So industrial designs, I gave you an example. Hey, like so many things can go into industrial designs because the idea of novelty, industrial designs is a bit relaxed away from patents. Yeah, so as you can see here, I'm trying to run through this quickly so we can have a bit of time to. So the common intellectual property challenges today is education and awareness, and we are trying to deal with one of them now. We are trying to deal with one of them now. The idea of copyright, be here and there. I want to tell you categorically that it is not exhausted. For example, I will just remember a few things from the fact that, yes, we talked about the scope of copyright, which is keeping growing. And in Uganda, especially for you filmmakers, how long will you have copyright in your film? 50 years. 50, how do you calculate the 50 years? Now there are two things that are apparent, and I want to teach you a trick. Every time you have copyright, as a company, as a rule of thumb, you cannot have copyright for you only have copyright for 50 years because companies don't die. So if they say 50 years after, that would create an impossibility under the law. But for motion pictures, there are two copyrights that you can have, important for you filmmakers. The first copyright that is easy to clearly understand is the copyright, a literary work, the copyright in the script. You need to register your script. When you register your script as a literary work, you will have copyright in that script throughout your lifetime, and 50 years after you go to meet the Lord. Assuming all of us believe in the power of resurrection. Who thinks we shall yeah.
The movie, what if I make a movie out of that script? If the movie also copyrighted.
That is a derivative work. And now I encourage you to write your questions down. So that is a derivative work, just a sneak peek of what, we shall unpack later. So when you have copyright in the literary work, then you can license, even if you don't want to exploit that, you can license a person to make a motion picture or to make an audiovisual work out of your script. That is the same with novelists. It has been there. This novelist has a copyright. Like movies that are based of that. Then there are authors who are not under employment. They write, and then they license EPs and studios to make motion pictures. So education and awareness is a key problem. In Uganda, so apparent. Why? Because the law is simply the law. But the biggest terrain that we need to navigate is the contractual terrain. Because we have these rights, what do we do? How do we forge a way that works in Uganda? I see a lot of us try to copy. You basically, you get what is in America, and lock, stock, and barrel, and you want to fit it in the Ugandan context. And it can't fit. Some of these that we see as practices are an outcome of bargains that particular people have made. Every jurisdiction, because one of the things you should understand about intellectual property rights, including copyright, is that they are territorial. Territorial means that Uganda as a territory, East Africa as a territory, Africa, America, and the whole world. So when you have rights in Uganda, it may not be automatic that you have the same rights in America. The way it works, so that is why there could be a trademark in China or in America. If the American does not protect it in Uganda, that can be now, Uganda can become their black hole, an area they can't control, can become the liability. So the vigilance in making sure that you understand territorial jurisdiction. And these questions came, who knows the kente that was used in Black Panther? And the questions around the kente. The kente. The questions that I think the Ghanaian government wanted to sue. Was it Marvel Studios? Yeah, Marvel Studios for the usage of the kente. There was no documentation. Even if it was copyrighted in Ghana, it didn't mean it is copyrighted in America. Do you understand? There are elements of the backcloth that have been copyrighted I think there's a copyright or a patent in Germany. I think it's a patent in Germany about the backcloth, which originates, also we think originates in Uganda. So the issues of jurisdiction or territory must be very key to you. Even when you're contracting with the people, look at the word territory. Because if I sell it to you to exploit in Uganda, and it is clear that its exploitation is for Uganda or Africa, then that means if I get some market in the Middle East or in America, I can exploit it too. Some of you key players, it's important you go to these film markets because some films have been licensed in particular areas, but they don't have distributors in other territories. So it is important when you are drafting and looking at your document, whatever you, copyright is territorial. Protection in Uganda does not come automatically, the same protection in America. No. Do you understand that very well? So even if you have content, and for example, you are licensing Netflix or any other content consumer, look at the issue of territory. If they're giving you little money, your chance can be on limiting the territory. Or your argument as like, okay, if you're giving me this money, I'm only giving you this territory. If you give me some more money, then I give you another. Areas of bargaining. Ebyo mugayavu, owamanyi yalya. So, global disparities and harmonization. This is what I've been talking about. Because it is territorial, many of the spaces and areas treat copyright in a different way. And especially areas like film, because in film, the big players, for example, in America, they are almost like two countries when it comes to their big players, those Sony and whatever, and then there are these also, what they call the independents. Everyone is doing their thing. And we cannot say that it is the same for Uganda just automatically. So there are disparities. And to understand those, you need to be a serious businessman. You need to go in those markets. There is an American film market that I think happens in Santa Monica every November of every year. There is so much to learn. People go there to buy and sell emerging technologies and IP challenges. Already here, we have seen, now for example, for the music, I've not totally seen it for film, but for music, recently, Sony was trying to put down knockoffs created by AI. You know, cloning Beyonce's voice, basically imitating the artists that they have signed. That is a new challenge. And the thing is, it is over and wide. So, inventions, technology, we need to invest in technological management systems, TMSs. We need technological protection measures and technological management systems. A technological management, a technological protection measure. Who can give me an example? The basic technological protection measure. Did we fail to get another microphone? We failed. Okay.
Regulation of AI, for example, as an emerging technology.
Example of a technological protection measure.
I haven't addressed my mind to that effect.
Okay. Speak like a lawyer. Lawyers don't say they don't know. They say I haven't addressed my mind. Or let me address my mind. Are you a law student? Oh, okay. So, one you used today, a technological protection measure you use today. Who has a password in their phone? That is a TPM. Passwords are TPMs. Anything that requires encryption to get in there or stuff like that, anything that requires OTPs, all those are technological protection measures. But now for us, as we use the technological protection measures as they go, we also need technological management systems, because you can only use a machine to catch a machine. I remember in the early days of fighting piracy, there were copyright inspectors who would go. The copyright inspector would go and get a person's computer and actually check for the music. Now, during that time, it was even still rudimentary because the guy would keep it on a flash. But now, where are you going to catch it when people keep it in the cloud? Where are you going to find it? So we need advancement. Set a machine to catch a machine. If the machine is smart, find a smarter machine. So we must grow in this. And the unfortunate thing is that we, even as third world, don't have the liberty to grow through the stages. If the world is there, no, you already have iPhone Air in this Uganda. That is how technology works. So if you go to the village and the person's eyes are falling out, they are a problem. But it is here. So, other things, piracy and counterfeiting. When people start creating knockoffs that are even better than the real thing, it becomes difficult. So, we must be totally aware and aggressive because this is our business. We need to sue more, we need to look out more, and we need to demonize counterfeit, not support. Every time I am on the road and this guy comes with a diary of a CEO, I look at this guy as like, no, this guy, this must be a knockoff copy. This must be piracy. Should I support it or should I not? That kind of consciousness begins with us as creatives. Begins with us as creatives. That is why a person can be labeled a thief when they steal a pen, but when they steal a song, it's like they've done something normal. Can actually a song be stolen? Is it something capable of being stolen? Remember when I was defining theft? So cultural differences and norms, can unpack that for yourself. Resource constraints and prioritization. And I wanted to talk about culture though, from the point of progress. Encoda. If we fail to grow, to expand, if we fail to adopt better ways of doing things, then definitely we are doing a disservice to ourselves. So how do you grow a culture? It's like, I am an executive producer. I must make sure that all my chain of title is well documented. By the way, I will say it before I repeat it, that for you as an executive producer, your only protection, your best protection is documentation of the chain of title. Documentation of the chain of title is who did what, were they cleared, were they paid, a clear and cleared chain of title. You have a clear and cleared chain of title. Cleared is that you acquired the rights. And some of these become important when you come to making a deal. In fact, for film, there is always a license that they call the omissions and who knows that insurance that you must pay for. Omissions and I'll find the right word for it. So that license you must get, because when you are selling a product, when you're selling a motion picture, if you're dealing with any reasonable distributor, you're going to need a clear and cleared chain of title. Otherwise, they won't touch it. Resource constraints and prioritization. Now, here, money. Money. Increasingly, artists are becoming expensive. They have seen the light. Tomuja kuboda no muachebidi. You understand? And it's a good thing. Because if I give you more money, I am going to put in more effort in selling. That's why big artists, for example, on the music side, the big artists will insist on a big advance. Give me $10 million. It's of course recoupable, meaning that as you sell, you get back your money. But if you've given me $10 million, then that means you're going to put in effort to make sure that it sells. And when it sells, it is also selling me. So next time a person comes to me, as I've been to see me in the other one, what are you saying? Pocket change. So, resource constraints and prioritization. And this one, I want to make an addition that this coupled with lack of education has created a problem. A person gives you their money and you want to eat your cake and have it. You've sold your rights. And what? Because consideration is losing something so you can gain something. Do you understand? A person gives you money, you give them your land. You cannot get into places that you want to keep the land and also take the money. Do you understand? So awareness from the point of education has also created a problem here. People pay you and then they start suffering, teaching you that when you see the film on Netflix, please don't come to me. Nakumalayo. Resource constraints. And if we don't become attractive to businessmen, the industry is dead. By the way, you know that you don't have to know anything about film to become an executive producer. You don't need to know a zero. It is enough to know that I want money. To become an executive producer, you don't need to know anything about film. All you need to know I put in, I get. Do you understand? Ntekamu ezange, nzijja kuzijjamu. The guys will keep selling cups. People will keep dealing in all other things, shoes and dresses, and keep their money there, and will not bring it to invest it in you if you are not educated enough and aware enough to know that when a person gives you their money, they have bought something. Don't be the artist that wants to eat your cake and have it. So the next time you get your own money, you'll find an educated generation that will respect your money. It begins with you. Today you are the actor. Tomorrow you are the EP. So the problem you're creating for the actor, for the EP, an actor will create it for you tomorrow. Money. Look at the document. What favors you is your, by the way, the law is not interested in your capacity to bargain. Because the capacity to bargain is a matter of fact. Like we said, we all have different issues. And then a guild is telling you, don't do this, don't do this. Yes, it can offer guidelines, but it is important that if they are to put cogent rules on you on how to contract, then they must offer you particular alternatives, or they must check to see if you can afford to stand. Because sometimes you need to survive. A lot of people that are making a lot of money in the beginning did even work for free. It is okay. Don't only look at the former glory, because the Bible says it will move us from glory to glory. Now for me, the first song I did in 1999, I will not.
On the ground, drums begin a deeper sound. Bare feet moving slow and sure, like we've been here before. There's a fire.
It's for us to have. An owner of copyright has a right to use and authorize others to use. Authorizing others to use can even be free of charge, depending on what you want to achieve. You can offer a freebie when you just want to test your product on the market. Yes, there can be liability, but it would be a bad thing. A person comes to you, they want Vaseline or a cream that is going to take away their pimples, and you give them one that actually fertilizes the pimples. Moreover, at a cost. Because if it is free, the guys are like, okay, well, but I paid for it premium to deal with the pimples. Now you give me a product that fertilizes them. So, looking at resources, constraints, and prioritization, the main reason why we are here, we have not become very attractive to financiers. Every time we are fighting, we are looking at ourselves. We have not gone forward. Of course, they also have a problem that our banking sector, do you know that in Uganda today, you can use copyright as collateral? Collateral meaning if you need to get a loan in a bank, you can use copyright. But you know what they did? When they were giving that training, they called the artists and you filmmakers and told you know what? Now you can go to the bank and use your copyright as collateral. But I believe that was backing up a wrong tree. Because yes, the knowledge that I can use it doesn't mean that the bank is ready to give me a facility. Education was required more to the bank. And those two industries move together. The bank and the insurance. What insurance will not cover, a bank will not give you a loan for it. Will not. So awareness is not only ours. And it is so wrong when we talk about an industry and it is just us, the creatives. These bankers need to be here. All other players need to be here. Because if we are to grow, we are going to need finance. We are going to need finance. We are going to need money. For our attitude to fix, like I said, to repeat with emphasis, is that we should know. If a person gives you their money, tozimba mutima. If they're making some money. And these things you're going to find. So if you find yourself in that position tomorrow, remember my voice. I agreed. I agreed. Or even when you're writing and agreeing, say, yeah, they don't pay, but it's okay. It's okay. Look for another benefit out of it. Even if it is the heavenly reward of being a good person. Legal complexity and litigation costs. Of course, the law pertaining copyright is not totally commonplace. It is esoteric. That for me, many times I choose to sit on a table and keep quiet. When I see the volume, the sheer volume of ignorance of the sector, I keep quiet. Because there are situations you get in when doing the right thing or saying the right thing, you appear like the guy who is doing wrong. A friend of mine told me that when they were young, they were sent to lay a thief who was stealing their matoke. What do they call? Okulimisa. Not okulimisa, but okulimisa. It's more of a laying. You get in a cover. When the thief comes, no. Okubendulu. When the thief comes, make an alarm, but lay cover. So the thief will not know that you're there. When they come, make an alarm, and we shall come and catch them in the act of stealing. In flagrante delicto. So, this friend of mine did as he had been told by the parents. He waited hour, 2 hours, for some time. And lo and behold, the thief came. And who was the thief? It was the chairman. His instructions were to make an alarm. It was too much for this kid. He just hid. Now, he was too demoralized. He just had to hide from the thief. He abandoned the instructions. So there are situations that make it difficult to, say something. And like I said, you look at it, it has no ears, then why are you talking? And if I was here and I had observed that you have no ears, I would have kept quiet a long time ago. So, legal complexity, yes, these and they come at a cost. Because lawyers go to school. In fact, if a person really went to law school, unless it is the special occasion of pro bono, a lawyer is not supposed to give free advice. It is an abuse of the profession. It is an abuse of the profession. Free advice? Now, legal complexity and litigation costs. Legal complexity is that we must build the experts in the sector. And there is always room at the top. I would be better if I had more colleagues who are more, and I believe we have very, in the legal sector, we have people who really, have had the experience and they have something to teach us. But it would be better, you understand, if the ecosystem was richer. So the legal complexity, and both on the bar and the bench. So the bar is us, the lawyers, the bench is the judiciary, the judges. So the problem can be on either side. Legal complexity. But now legal complexity to you is something that begins in small things like you're documenting. Are you writing the right document? What do you need to have in your agreement? If you're beginning with the parties, do they have capacity? Okay, if a person is contracting with you, because capacity means, first of all, that you are of consenting, or you have an age that can contract. That is, in Uganda, the standard is 18 years. Then the next one, capacity means that you are sane, you are of sound mind. Then the other accompanying qualifications for capacity is the fact that you own, or what you're giving is yours to give. For example, you say, give him your chair. Is my chair yours to give? Do you understand? So you cannot give what you don't have. If it is not yours, you cannot transfer it. If the rights are not yours, you can't give them away. That is why it is important to prove that I have this right. A clear and cleared, COT. Clear and cleared. Clear is that the rights are clear. This is the rights I have and stuff like that. Cleared is that I paid for them. You can't give what you don't have. We call it the name of that rule. You cannot give what you don't have. You cannot sell what does not belong to you. In fact, if you buy from a person that has no capacity to sell, in other words, you've bought what? Air. Oboguzechi, mpeo. So you must check capacity. You must check capacity. So the legal complexity, part of it is ours, but sometimes you want, and then the cost is high. You think about going to court, you think about whatever. And when you talk about cost, cost is a big thing. You've heard of I cannot afford to be sick. Because it's going to consume time. It's going to consume energy. It's going to consume money. Sometimes the cost is a friendship. I have had a lot of people and have been, like, can you just let it go? I think we've had a situation like that also with Norton. Can you let it go? Because the cost of dumping toxicity in the industry is also high. Over something small, but some people, they don't fight for the big things, but they fight for the small things. They fight for the small things. So when you identify that kind of person that has an appetite for small things, like now, lose appetite for, even the law, we say, the law is not concerned with the trivialities. Copyright is not concerned with trivialities. It is too small. Let it go. Learn the lesson. School fees. We move. Because when we talk about cost, sometimes it is about the relationships. And many times the guy on the other side has a bigger voice. So they'll go around bespattering you with mud. Good guy, bad reputation. Like I told you, a snake on its record. I believe there are snakes that die without biting or even trying to bite one human being. But we hate them with an omnibus approach. All the snakes, what this, all the snakes are evil. We even call people snakes, even when the snake has never done anything to you. So reputation is important. By the way, reputation is not who you are. Character and reputation are two different things. And in the laws of power, laws of business, your stakes should be on your reputation. You can cheat all you want, as long as it doesn't become your reputation. I'm talking about cheating, money and stuff like that. As long as it doesn't form part of your reputation. Because with the reputation, character is who you are. Reputation is what you're known for. What people know you for. It could be wrong. A guy in Mbarara has, a friend of mine told me a story of this guy called Mukasa in Mbarara. He died with a reputation of a liar. He went abroad many years ago, saw escalators, and he came and told the people, Nagenze Bulaya nenda bamadala gatambula. Now the villagers took the story around that we have seen liars on this village. But so far, this one is in his own league. So they kept repeating, prompt him to tell the same, well, kicking themselves on the legs. You tell us. No, they have eyes. No, but you step on them and, So Mukasa, he went abroad as a young man. Mukasa, when he came back, he built his house. The way they would tell him, his compound from other people's compounds, it was Mukasa's home, the home of Mukasa the liar. Now, apparently, it was a family name. So now, Mukasa the liar, Mukaso Mulimba. So the prefix of Mulimba was how now they would separate him from the other Mukasas. Tell him apart from the other Mukasas. When he got his wife, the wife was the wife of Mukasa the liar. When he got children, they were the children of. Even when he died, they said Mukasa the liar finally has died. Now, as fate would have it, one of the older men lived longer, and he was here to see the first escalators in Uganda at Garden City. The guy was like, what? Mukasa didn't lie. But it was too late. That is reputation. Sometimes you have nothing to do about it. But you should try very much. You should try very much. You should try very much. And some of it is in sacrifice. Now that is another topic. As adults, I think you can understand the whole concept of sacrifice and the discipline. You understand? So that whole, the technical challenges, balancing rights access, Now, balancing rights and access, there is something that you should always know. This one I'll also state without fear of contradiction. I know many of my colleagues, as lawyers, may put up an argument. But for me, I believe in a state of society, there is no freedom. Because it is freedom that we give up in order to live together. There are a lot of things you're already doing here, that you're doing out of sacrifice, and you have given up your freedom. So you can be a reasonable member of society. There are people who really don't want to bathe. And if it is freedom, they would, In fact, one person said that how they were asking, how did you know that she's the right one? Looking at a measure, you want to marry a woman, how did you know that she was right? One day it was cold and she said, then I knew this one, we are going to church. So our private interests, our private rights sit on the public rights. So there is a need to balance interests. So in the deeper understanding of copyright, there is what we call the fair use doctrine. Somebody has used your film for education purposes. You can't sue them. You understand? There are areas, if your film comes up in the news, you can't sue them. Fair use. Of course, it has tests. The tests include how their use has affected you on the market. And then fair use, if a person is doing it for a bit of fun, there is what they call the fun, what do they call it in film? The fun spins, I think it's called, is it a fun spin? A fun spin, where fans kind of create work. Fun fiction, yes, that is the word. So fun fiction. Some of these are in the fair use, under the fair use doctrine. The fair use doctrine will look at how much has been used. Oh. Okay. That is only fair. I had asked for less time, but I'm a teacher at heart, and we have gone over and above. By show of hands, who would like a break? For just, without prejudice. Without prejudice. Yeah, I think it's only fair, it's reasonable that we shall take a break. So just to put a lead on this, private interest and the public. That is why I was saying, if it is something small, can you let it go? Can you let it go? And also you should know what you cannot sue for. That will be a discussion of the total, fair use doctrine. Because on the modern plane, there is only one defense to copyright infringement, and that one you should learn. I just said it. What is the defense to copyright infringement? If your lawyer is going to court, what is, fair use. I just said it. Fair use. You must fall within the four corners of that doctrine. I used it for private consumption. I didn't make any money out of it. It was for educational purposes. I copied something small. Fair use. What I copied is not copyrightable. You are on the floor of parliament saying things. It's a judgment from court. It is not copyrightable. That is something else. But fair use is a yes. I didn't make any money out of it. You copied something small, and things like that, which we may address later. So to end this one, cross-border enforcement is also an issue. Remember, we talked about copyright as territorial. So I will, without much occasion, give you the break and reassess if we can continue from here, because you've not had a chance to ask your questions, or we can prefer another date, because I had engaged to be here up to 1 o'clock. But that is why I don't like talking too much in public, because sometimes I take too much liberty with people's time. But you have been a very good audience for this session, and I hope you've learned something. It is not exhaustive because we have not even gone to the gist of the copyright for you filmmakers. We have not seen it. It is one of those slides. So let us see how we reassemble, how we reorganize. But for now, I will let you go with one thing ringing in your ears: respect the money guy. You will understand that when you become the money guy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's give him another hand clap. Because like we have been taught and advised, you have to always clap for him because it's the money what? Okay. So what we're going to do, because I think we'd love to finish the slides, okay? This has been a very good session, and I'm picking a lot from it. So what we're going to do, we're going to go out there, have a small snack, yeah? And then we shall be back in 20-30 minutes because he finishes his slide, because it's a very big, be able to get him again. Are we all together? Are we all together? Yes. So is that agreeable? Is that agreeable? Whoever is saying yes and they go home after eating. Okay, I'm not threatening. I'm not threatening. Hey, but I will report you to the great gods. Hey, so we can rush. Go there in the.
On the ground, drums begin a deeper sound. Bare feet moving slow and sure, like we've been here before. There's a fire in the night, flickering in golden light. I can feel it in my veins, calling me without a name. Wind is moving through the trees, carrying forgotten keys. Something old but still alive, waking what we keep inside. Feel the earth beneath your skin. Let the rhythm pull you in. Every step becomes a sign. You are right here, right in time. Moto Mambo, come with me. In the night we're wild and free. Voices rising, hearts alive. Leave the world we knew behind. Moto Mambo, feel the flame. Every soul recalls its name. Under sky so wide and true. Let the rhythm carry you. Dancing shadows bend, no beginning, no clear end. Hands connect without a word, more is felt than never heard. There's a story in the beat, in the way our pulses meet. Time is slow and drifting far, we forget just who we are. I don't think I only feel, something here is turning real. Like the past is reaching through, to remind me what is true. Hear the call inside your chest. Not a sound but something blessed. Close your eyes and let it show. There's a place you always know. Moto but still we move, carried by the ancient groove. Mambo, mambo in the air, leaves this rhythm everywhere. Moonlight settles on the ground, drums begin the deeper sound. Bare feet moving slow and sure, like we've been here before. There's a fire in the night, flickering in golden light. I can feel it in my veins, calling me without a name. Wind is moving through the trees, carrying forgotten keys. Something old.
I wish Kato was here. We moved this journey together with him. Kato, rest in peace.
Thank you so much for believing in me. Mom, this award is for you.
This accolade is not just mine, but is testament to the people that have supported my journey.
So I want to thank the young people I've seen on stage here. The passion our young people have is amazing. Your appeal has been heard very, very loudly.
Thank you, IKON Awards.
And the winner of the IKON Young Filmmakers program is Take My Hand.
I'd like to thank the IKON Awards, the IKON Film Fellowship program, that has given each and every one of us an opportunity to create our very first film.
And the winner is Penny.
I would like to thank the super ladies in this industry. I'm forever grateful to you for laying this ground for us. Thank you for making film a safe space for young girls like me.
Tell your stories here in your language with the fashion you all appeared here tonight. Be proud as a Ugandan.
And the winner is...
And the winner is. And the winner is.
Today, everyone is a winner. We stand here to celebrate culture, our heritage as a country, because we tell stories that promote this country, that promotes our culture, that promote the diversity of every individual that lives in this country. I would love also as well to thank our Nigerian friends that are here with us from Nollywood. They have sacrificed their time to come and witness us, the Ugandan movie makers.
Welcome to a celebration of great talent, the talent that you are.
Are we ready to get the award started?
Most of us have been working in isolation previously, but time comes when we think if we put our individual energies together, we can be able to walk far.
Winner of this category is Ndete Ndete.
The chicken thief!
I came with two speeches. One was when I didn't win, and then the other one when I win.
And I would like to personally dedicate this award to my computer that has suffered from all the crashes, the overheating.
I think this has been a long time coming.
It takes consistency and discipline and the belief that your story will be heard.
ICON Award Lifetime Achievement Award.
I wish Kato was here. We moved this journey together with him. Kato, rest in peace.
Thank you so much for believing in me. Mom, this award is for you.
This accolade is not just mine, but is testament to the people that have supported my journey.
So I want to thank the young people I've seen on stage here. The passion our young people have is amazing. Your appeal has been heard very, very loudly.
Thank you, ICON Awards.
And the winner of the ICON Young Filmmakers program is Take My Hand.
I'd like to thank the ICON Awards, the ICON Film Fellowship program that has given each and every one of us an opportunity to create our very first film.
And the winner is Penny.
I would like to thank the super ladies in this industry. I'm forever grateful to you for laying this ground for us. Thank you for making film a safe space for young girls like me.
Tell your stories here in your language with the fashion you all appeared here tonight. Be proud as a Ugandan.
And the winner is...
And the winner is...
And the winner is...
Today, everyone is a winner. We stand here to celebrate culture, our heritage as a country, because we tell stories that promote this country, that promotes our culture, that promote the diversity of every individual that lives in this country. I would love also as well to thank our Nigerian friends that are here with us from Nollywood. They have sacrificed their time to come and witness us, the Ugandan movie makers.
Welcome to a celebration of great talent, the talent that you are.
Are we ready to get the award started?
Most of us have been working in isolation previously, but time comes when we think if we put our individual energies together, we can be able to walk far.
Winner of this category is Ndete Ndete.
The chicken thief.
I came with two speeches. One was when I didn't win, and then the other one when I win.
And I would like to personally dedicate this award to my computer that has suffered from all the crashes, the overheating.
I think this has been a long time coming.
It takes consistency and discipline and the belief that your story will be heard.
ICON Award Lifetime Achievement Award.
I wish Kato was here. We moved this journey together with him. Kato, rest in peace.
Thank you so much for believing in me. Mom, this award is for you.
This accolade is not just mine, but it's testament to the people that have supported my journey.
So I want to thank the young people I've seen on stage here. The passion our young people have is amazing. Your appeal has been heard very, very loudly.
Thank you, Icon Awards.
And the winner of the Icon Young Filmmakers program is Take My Hand.
I'd like to thank the IKON Awards, the IKON Film Fellowship program that has given each and every one of us an opportunity to create our very first film.
And the winner is Penny.
I would like to thank the super ladies in this industry. I'm forever grateful to you for laying this ground for us. Thank you for making film a safe space for young girls like me.
Tell your stories here in your language with the fashion you all appeared here tonight. Be proud as a Ugandan.
And the winner is...
And the winner is...
And the winner is...
Today, everyone is a winner. We stand here to celebrate culture, our heritage as a country, because we tell stories that promote this country, that promote our culture, that promote the diversity of every individual that lives in this country. I would love also as well to thank our Nigerian friends that are here with us from Nollywood. They have sacrificed their time to come and witness us, the Ugandan movie makers.
Welcome to a celebration of great talent, the talent that you are.
Are we ready to get the award started?
Most of us have been working in isolation previously, but time comes when we think if we put our individual energies together, we can be able to walk far.
Winner of this category is Ndete Ndete.
The chicken thief!
I came with two speeches. One was when I didn't win, and then the other one when I win.
And I would like to personally dedicate this award to my computer that has suffered from all the crashes, the overheating.
I think this has been a long time coming.
It takes consistency and discipline and the belief that your story will be heard.
Icon Award Lifetime Achievement Award.
I wish Kato was here. We moved this journey together with him. Kato, rest in peace.
Thank you so much for believing in me. Mom, this award is for you.
This accolade is not just mine, but it's testament to the people that have supported my journey.
So I want to thank the young people I've seen on stage here. The passion our young people have is amazing. Your appeal has been heard very, very loudly.
Thank you, Icon Awards.
And the winner of the IKON Young Filmmakers program is Take My Hand.
I'd like to thank the IKON Awards, the IKON Film Fellowship program that has given each and every one of us an opportunity to create our very first film.
And the winner is Penny.
I would like to thank the super ladies in this industry. I'm forever grateful to you for laying this ground for us. Thank you for making film a safe space for young girls like me.
Tell your stories here in your language with the fashion you all appeared here tonight. Be proud as a Ugandan.
And the winner is.
And the winner is.
And the winner is.
Today, everyone is a winner. We stand here to celebrate culture, our heritage as a country, because we tell stories that promote this country, that promotes our culture, that promote the diversity of every individual that lives in this country. I would love also as well to thank our Nigerian friends that are here with us from Nollywood. They have sacrificed their time to come and witness us, the Ugandan movie makers.
Welcome to a celebration of great talent, the talent that you are.
Are we ready to get the award started?
Most of us have been working in isolation previously, but time comes when we think if we put our individual energies together, we can be able to walk far.
Winner of this category is Ndete Ndete.
The chicken thief.
I came with two speeches. One was when I didn't win, and then the other one when I win.
And I would like to personally dedicate this award to my computer that has suffered from all the crashes, the overheating.
I think this has been a long time coming.
It takes consistency and discipline and the belief that your story will be heard.
Icon Award Lifetime Achievement Award.
I wish Kato was here. We moved this journey together with him. Kato, rest in peace.
Thank you so much for believing in me. Mom, this award is for you.
This accolade is not just mine, but is testament to the people that have supported my journey.
So I want to thank the young people I've seen on stage here. The passion our young people have is amazing. Your appeal has been heard very, very loudly.
Thank you, Icon Awards.
And the winner of the Icon Young Filmmakers program is Take My Hand.
I'd like to thank the iKON Awards, the iKON Film Fellowship program that has given each and every one of us an opportunity to create our very first film.
And the winner is Penny.
I would like to thank the super ladies in this industry. I'm forever grateful to you for laying this ground for us. Thank you for making film a safe space for young girls like me.
Tell your stories here in your language with the fashion you all appeared here tonight. Be proud as a Ugandan.
And the winner is.
And the
Today, everyone is a winner. We stand here to celebrate culture, our heritage as a country, because we tell stories that promote this country, that promotes our culture, that promote the diversity of every individual that lives in this country. I would love also as well to thank our Nigerian friends that are here with us from Nollywood. They have sacrificed their time to come and witness us, the Ugandan movie makers.
Welcome to a celebration of great talent, the talent that you are.
Are we ready to get the award started?
Most of us have been working in isolation previously, but time comes when we think if we put our individual energies together, we can be able to walk far.
The winner of this category is Ndete Ndete.
The chicken thief.
I came with two speeches. One was when I didn't win, and then the other one when I win.
And I would like to personally dedicate this award to my computer that has suffered from all the crashes, the overheating.
I think this has been a long time coming.
It takes consistency and discipline and the belief that your story will be heard.
ICON Award Lifetime Achievement Award.
I wish Kato was here.
Come in front, come in front. Come in front. Latif and the gentleman, all of you, can you squeeze in front? It is good for the live feed, eh? We are live on TV, so that's why we need to be in front. Let's be in front. Yes. All right. You can move the bags. Do you know that post? Yes, but. Have you seen those posts? Yes, but. Eh? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, hallelujah. Hallelujah. Is there anyone who wants to give their life to Christ?
And the winner is.
Blasphemy. I don't want to be burnt in internal fire. Okay. How are you feeling? Is everything okay? Are you well hydrated? Okay, so we're going to resume again. Yeah. And we're going to be asking you, we're going to have an exam at the end of this session. So if you're holding a fan instead of writing notes, it's coming to you. But thank you so much for being very resilient people. Take as many notes as possible, yeah? And these iKONVERSATIONS, we are pushing them to have them on a weekly basis, okay? Next time, don't be shocked, yeah? If we have, every time we have these people, it's not for granted. Are we together? Are we together? Yes. So if we are talking to, you never know, tomorrow you might be Tyra Perry standing here. And I do not understand, yeah? Every time, anyway, I will leave this because we have visitors in the house, yeah? But next time I will call very well, yeah? Okay. Okay, I will take this opportunity to welcome Counsel again to take us through the second session, yeah? And we shall have some more water, so thank you so much. We can give him a hand clap as he comes forward.
Yeah, so here we are again. I would like to thank you for giving me some more time of your precious. You know, it's a resource, like we said. Don't forget. How many resources? 3. Huh? 1 is time. And that one, it goes and never comes back. Where we were a minute ago is not where we are now. Never comes back. And if you live long enough, one day you'll be old. So unless you're planning okuchiva mungo chali moto, but if not, one day you'll be old. And so I will not take more liberty. I like to fall in quickly so that we can maybe have this more as a Q&A largely. But I put this here. Who can read this? The gift nobody wants. Somebody wrote that book. Some doctor, I've forgotten his name. But you can go and use, like I said, sometimes it's easier to Google than to think. Find out. The gift nobody wants. And you know what this gift is? That is why when we were talking about learning, the first was talking about we learn a bit from theory, we learn more from practice, but mostly we learn from mistakes. Do you know why? Because mistakes often offer you a gift. Which gift nobody wants? Huh. Who can take a wild guess? What is that gift? Huh? Uh-huh. Nobody. Just properly. Huh? Criticism? Mm-hmm. Why do people don't like criticism? Uh-huh. Hey, amazima galuma. Huh? Uh-huh. Closer? Why what? Mm-hmm. The truth is painful. Hmm? What do you call it? Criticism is painful. And sometimes it is good. Hmm? Anybody else? The gift nobody wants. This guy wrote a thesis on a gift nobody wants, please. Ugly truth. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you know why the ugly truth is where you wouldn't want it? It doesn't make you feel nice. Eh? It is painful. So this doctor in the 70s worked with the lepers. Hmm? A leper. Who knows who a leper is? Who is a leper? Yeah? Omugenge. A person suffering from leprosy is a leper. And who knows any characteristics of a leper? How would you tell a leper? Yeah. They usually have, it's unfortunate, I will have to share the mic with you if you don't mind, so that we can follow this conversation. Yeah.
Let me even stand. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mabel Nansaluga. I'm an actor, interior decorator, and a speaker. A leper, the characteristics majorly are usually they don't have, their limbs usually fall off. Yes.
Kakati omugenge kw'omulabira. The first way to tell a leper is their limbs start falling off. And that's not normal. You look at a person, they have one toe left. They have 2 fingers left. If it's a frog, like we said, I mean, if it's a croaking like a frog, looks like one, it jumps like one, then it's okay for us to make an assumption that it is a frog. So that is how you tell a leper. When this doctor was doing, the doctor that wrote this book, The Gift Nobody Wants, he used the lepers for his thesis. And he discovered that the reason why a leper will lose limbs is because leprosy will take away their susceptibility or their capacity to feel pain. And so he writes this thesis. The gift nobody wants is pain. In fact, if you still feel pain, then that means you're still alive. There are many people there saying, "Fomutima." Hey, they say it, believe it. Yes. If they are dead, they're not alive. Na fomutima. Zina fomutima. Sometimes the people have lived this life. They've gone through so much that they're actually dead in places that shouldn't die. The gift nobody wants. So how lepers lose limbs is that they become unable to feel pain. They become unable to automatically, out of the immune, the subconscious, or at the level where we don't really participate, the way the body functions, the subconscious body function of you feel pain, you remove, so that you don't receive more. You understand? But now a leper will not know. You've heard of the theory of rats biting people's So, you'll find people, you've heard of the theory of the rat. I don't know if any of you have been in boarding school. So that theory of a rat, the rat comes in the night, especially those days when you didn't wash your feet. It eats while blowing. It blows as it eats. I don't know how true that theory is, but then, is it true? Interesting. These creatures. That should be survival instinct. How does a rat know? She's sleeping, he's sleeping, you eat while you blow. But now to a leper, the rat does not need to blow. If it came for one, it can eat 3. Toes. Why? Because the leper does not feel pain. So when they're sleeping, they will not know to remove the feet. Pain, the gift nobody wants. Another thing is, if I don't feel pain, many times I will not seek for a solution. Do you understand? Some people wait, especially for us men. You wait until you're totally suffering to say, let me go and subject myself to a doctor. I will not go to a doctor until I'm dying. I'll be okay, I'll be okay. Gumite. I'll be fine. So, the only way a man will accept to go to hospital is when they are actually feeling too much pain. I say that with experience. I'm one of those guys. And one day I saw a doctor Googling my symptoms, and my mind went like, okay, do I need a doctor to Google my symptoms when I can do it myself? You understand? Of course, that is not a good approach to taking care of our lives. But all of us sometimes like shortcuts, especially if we still make it home. When you use the shortcut and make it home, the next day you'll try and do the same. So, pain, a gift nobody wants. Sometimes it is until you feel pain that you will decide to change. And I believe now for us filmmakers, we are not yet there. And that is why, for me, I am now patient. And I can wait. We have a class called the Copyright X. And we tried to teach it. The reward is a Harvard certificate. Copyright X. But it's difficult to get the threshold number of students. Of course, copyright is a bit technical. It can be a bit boring. That is why in teaching, I put a bit of anecdotes that break it down for us. You can be wondering why I'm taking so much time explaining, because in itself, it can be totally boring. But how it relates with our lives is how it becomes important. So, the gift nobody wants. I believe if you're not yet tired, if you don't feel the pain of ignorance, you will not seek education, you will not seek awareness. And I believe that those that are here are actually beginning to benefit from the gift. The gift nobody wants. So that is the thesis, and you can apply it in all areas of your life. If you're going through a situation even now, just remember, actually, this could be a gift. Why we learn from mistakes? Because mistakes sometimes are painful. The lessons that they inflict on us, a lifetime. A lifetime. If Adam knew what it would cost him eating the fruit, would he touch it again? Anyway, it's a moot. Because if you are Adam now, would you? Sometimes it is easier said than done. But the lessons, and I believe every one of us has had serious lessons from mistakes. They say, I will never. Some of them we have been able to keep the boundary. But also, the human mind is very flexible. It's very flexible. At the subconscious, it keeps convincing you that maybe the other one was another snake. You see, okay, now the story tells us that Eve talked to a snake. How sure that this is the same snake? The mind is convincing you. So, mistakes, those ones, they give us clear lessons. And the thing is, life is like a territory that is uncharted. You don't know about tomorrow. You don't know about tomorrow. So when you get there, like one colleague of mine said, that everyone is one mistake away from jail or from trouble. One. And the thing is, it doesn't have to be your mistake. It doesn't have to be your mistake. One mistake away from trouble. And it doesn't have to be yours. So some lessons invite themselves. You've heard of the other guy, they ask him, okay, how do you call mosquitoes in your language? And what did he say? That is a common joke. What did he say? They just come. Sometimes the trouble it just comes. Of course, the fun of it. How do you call mosquitoes in your language? We don't call them. They just come and bite. So let us go back to, lesson to ponder. Your mistakes give you good lessons. If you feel pain, God is giving you a gift. And sometimes they say, if God sends all the angels and you are too stubborn, you can't hear, the last angel he will send is the angel of pain. Now, if you still don't listen to that one, I think at that point also God just waits for you in the other life. The last messenger. Pain. That one never fails. That one never fails. It humbles even the great. Pain. And it's the only other way. It's a gift. It's the only way we can change as people. Because naturally, people are lazy. They don't want to work. Now we've been subjecting you to another class when we were expecting for lesser, but you're still here, and you are resilient, meaning that there is something you don't like. Even ignorance is painful. Somebody said that if you think education is expensive, thank you. You all know that one. Huh? Try. Just to try ignorance, you'll see. When I am on the road, I have taught myself, I used to have a lot of impatience on the road, and mainly because I had that feeling in my head that people should consider my feelings. Until I realized that when I'm on the road, sometimes they don't even know that I'm there. They don't care about me enough to consider my feelings. And the other thing is, being angry is my problem, because I don't even know all the facts. They could be dealing with an emergency, or they may be, as a matter of fact, stupid. As a matter of fact, that yes, they have a lot of price to pay for it. That on that road, the carnage they create on the road, the next time they're going to, and this person, I should feel sorry. And here I am judging them because of the natural impairment. So a lot of things remain important for us. Challenges in the digital age, the ease of digital reproduction. You can share. We used to have in copyright what we used to call the first sale doctrine. What the first sale doctrine meant is that if you gave me a copy of your book, say now it would apply now, like for example, a copy of your book, and I resold the same copy. Remember, copyright really is copyright as a doctrine was first created or invented to protect publishers of books. That is the history in the Statute of Anne. Books. And they had the first sale doctrine. So if I bought this book for 100,000, under the first sale doctrine, it didn't matter if I resold it for 100-fold more. Why? Because I have actually given you the book. And that also separates two things. When I buy a movie, what were we calling them? The tapes, the videotape. When you buy a videotape, have you bought copyright? No. What have you bought? A videotape. You understand? And the issue of license to watch the content is also a moot, because on the videotape, there could be pirated content on the videotape. But at least one is actually sorted. But when I was young, I used to think that Sony, because I think Sony is the first that invented those videotapes. So I used to think that videotapes were the primary ferry, or the primary transmission of this content of the film. Until later, I realized that when these guys invented the videotape, they were actually sued. When Sony invented the videotape, they were sued. Because remember, content in motion pictures and audiovisual works, the primary area of consumption is cinema and theaters. That is where you get a box office. What is who understands the box office? Box office is actually the place you buy your ticket. The place you buy your ticket is the box office. So that was the primary. Now when these guys invented the videotape, finally, they were sued. But court decided in their favor. And in that ruling, court said that by the mere fact because of the mere fact that an item can be used for an illegal or has capacity to be used illegally does not outdo the fact that it can also be used legally. Because in that case, many inventions would have been thrown out. Just imagine a knife. It can be used for a lot of good stuff, but it can also be used to stab and kill somebody. So that is how a videotape survived. So now we are in an era which, by the way, disturbs a lot of copyright principles, which now puts copyright in a different league from the normal contractual rights. Because in the normal contractual rights, you give something and you get something. But under copyright now, you give a copy and remain with it. When I send you a video, do I lose it? No. That is why there are new laws, new approaches that must be categorical for copyright. And when we're looking at, we would call it sui generis. Copyright, the approach to copyright protection and administration is sui generis. So the ease of digital reproduction, this one I saw with my bare eyes. I started out in this industry, like I told you, in 1999. And about 2000, that was the time when the emergency of computers, became, when usage of computers in Uganda became a bit rampant. In the old days, music used to be ferried on the tapes, music tapes. And I remember as a child, it was my duty. Now you follow very well. Because using the machine to try and find the space or the place or the particular area that you want to listen to, at some point would become problematic. The area Lutambi, so it would risk the film. So in that case, you would use a pen and rotate, and you need to be precise. So, but the machines that were used for the cassette tape reproduction, they used to be special and expensive, meaning that there were few dealers, only distributors had them. Only distributors had them. But now when it came to the tape, to the CD, the compact disc era, everyone with a computer became a potential pirate. Reproduction was easy. And this continues. It was difficult to duplicate a CD. It was easy to duplicate a CD. Now it is easier to share. It was easier to find a person who is infringing on copyright using a CD. But like I said earlier, now people store in the cloud. The last challenge we tried to deal with were the guys that would keep the infringing content on their flash disks. And we thought now that was very difficult. Now it is in the cloud. What are you gonna do? It is your duty. And when I look at a room with young people, it fills me with a lot of hope. Because every generation faces different challenges, but usually the way God works, He will also bless every generation differently. You are in a generation of access. By the way, I was in Dubai and I saw this young man. He was taking me to see some properties. And I asked where I was staying. He says, I stay in a hotel. And he gave me 360 reasons why it was better to stay in a hotel. Access as opposed to ownership. I don't have a child. He didn't have aspirations of what, and these are the burdens of man. We worry about yesterday. I wish my mom was different. I wish, you understand? I wish I had, We worry about today. We worry about tomorrow. And the most unfortunate thing, We even worry about what will happen when we have ceased to be. How will a man have peace? How? You get? So now this young man has found peace. I'm living my life and I'm enjoying because this is my passion. Well, the Bible talks about it. Eat and drink, for that is your portion. So, anyway, bringing it back into context. Bringing it back into context, it is very, very important to know where we stand now. You are a young person. You need to know how to live life like it is today. Ownership brings a lot of liability. You struggle with the taxes, you struggle with so many things. Access comes with many advantages without liability. Access comes with many advantages without liability. Thing is, you don't need a cow if all you need to access is milk. You need to have clarity in your head. But ease of digital reproduction, I think that is clear. So a person does not, in a split second, they have committed a lot of crimes. In a split second. Alone, just with a machine. You understand? Sometimes you need many people to work with you to commit a crime. But you just yourself in a machine. You commit multiple crimes. And of course, the ease of digital reproduction, because reproduction is one of the rights of a content creator, one of the rights of a filmmaker, reproduction, then online piracy and infringement. That's why I put this here for you. And this here, Sony Music pushes to remove 113, how do you read this? 135,000 AI-generated deepfake tracks from streaming platforms. And the unfortunate thing, if you go down to read, personating, according to Sony, these defects are already impacting real releases and taking advantage of the artist's momentum. The bigger issue is scale. They believe what's been caught so far is only a small fraction. Deepfake, whatever, that is where the world is going. You need to be smarter because what is going to face you is smart. What is going to face you is smart. So online piracy and infringement, of course, this is easy because people deal with a moral issue. I do it in hiding, nobody's seeing me and just me, whatever. Some of these are geeks and they just want sometimes to disturb the situation. Like the wiring of a hacker is not, many times is not normal. Of course, I'm stereotyping, but that is the wiring of a hacker. Have you heard of a person who suffers from kleptomania? Kleptomania. Now, a kleptomaniac is a person who steals without an economic motive. They just want to steal. So, there was a kleptomaniac, a celebrity. One time she was being asked how she does it. Why does she steal? I mean, she would go in a supermarket, she steals something. Of course, you, as a thief, you look around, see, is the camera seeing me? No. Then you get it, and you put it in the most unobvious places. And then I am walking. Have they seen me? No. And what happens? What are you waiting for? The beeping sound. So they walk out. They walk out. Nobody has seen me. Let me walk out, though nothing is opened. So I walk. And when they get up to the door, and the sound doesn't go off, then they will go in their car And shit. And in her words, not mine, that the feeling they get is better than the feeling a person gets when they get an O, the big O. It's like, not quotes. Eh? Some pirates are only doing it. Are only doing it for something that is outside. You know, like they just want to do it. You think you're smart, I'm smarter. Yes, and they do it. They may even take sleepless nights until they hack it and break it. So cyber threats, cyber security threats, of course, it is a cousin of all of this. You have seen all of the things that happen online. Some people will call you and say your content has my content and stuff like that. And it's a big scheme. It's a big scheme, but also I think there was something that was originating mainly in India. They would say, oh, you have this virus on your computer, then you call them and then you give them access to your screen, and then they take over your screen, and to give it back to you, they ask you to give them money. So if that is possible, then that means that everything that you have, watch the movie IT. If you've not, you guys need to watch IT. Huh? Yeah. If you're not smart with IT, you will learn. You'll get this gift. If you're not smart, especially on the new plane, the digital plane where we're going, it is real. It is real. It is threatening what some people have done all of their lives. Then international IP protection, like I said, the challenge is jurisdiction. IP is territorial. Then collaborative approaches. Of course, this now disturbs more in the issue of now for film is when you are, it's really more, it disturbs mainly the people that do music. But for film, usually there is only one copyright. So with the music, there is a copyright in the music composition and copyright in the sound recording. But for film, there is only one copyright in the motion picture itself. And for emphasis, who owns the copyright in the motion picture? Huh? The executive producer. So others have what we call related rights, but they don't have copyright. It doesn't mean because I'm benefiting from copyright, then I have copyright. No, I can eat in my father's house even when it is not mine. So that should give you clarity. And an executive producer doesn't have just to be one person. It can be an individual, a special purpose entity, a company, all of those, as long as it has capacity to own property. In Uganda, we have mainly two people. One is the natural person. Who is the other one? Yes, because it becomes a legal person. So there are two people. A natural person and a legal person. Let's move forward. This is really what forces. Of course, even in film, there are a lot of things that require a bit of complexities, especially, you know, some agents. Some agents work typically like distributors. Every time you look at, we're going to look to get there. Yeah, but everything that involves more people, then there is more need to have a meeting of minds. Everything that involves more people, exploitation becomes difficult. There is something disturbing the music industry today. I don't know if you've been following the musicians talking about split sheets. You've heard of the story of split sheets. Now, split sheets, without understanding the background, you mislead yourself. Every time you want to understand something, find out the background. Wobanga tonayakutegeera muntu soko tegera mulisa. If it is their job, if it is their parents, it gives you a lot of, and it is historical. It is historically documented. Karl Marx said that everybody's reasoning. Of course, I'm not saying it verbatim, but everybody's reasoning aligns with how they earn their money. Hey. Yes, everybody's reasoning. That's why you hear those things as Rianga Muvubi, Yeisanga Modongo. Those are all, don't you know, they're not untrue statements. They carry some water. Can we move forward from this? So the more people are involved, the more difficult, the more complex it is. Because agreeing with the two people, agreeing as two people is not so easy. Now what about 3? What about a dozen? So to unpack for you the issue of split sheets so that you can be able to tell your friends who are actually musicians, that started in the era of bands, the music bands. So people would be like in a band, one is a drummer, one is a guitarist, the other is a solist, the other is a drummer. And when it comes to creating, each one contributes. So the only, the best way to address it was now to create the sheets so that they can, in time, record everybody's contribution. You brought the chorus. Yes, it is the sweetest part of the song, but the other guy wrote all the verses. Or we all wrote them. Now, this song, the bass is the hook. What do we do? It's negotiation. You look there, you look at the situation, you analyze it, and agree. And sometimes agreement would fail, and that is how you saw many bands would actually split. Everybody goes their way. Yeah. Now, this is what we addressed a little bit. Have you ever heard of, we have talked about copyright, but that is not my creation. It's actually a whole movement, copyleft. Yeah. Proposers and opposers. Copyleft. So now, copyleft, as you can see it, basically sits on the fair use doctrine, people who have that approach. That for me, when I create my work, I like people to enjoy it. I like people to enjoy it. And that is why there are, even when you want some pictures or you want to use some of the music, there is some of that music that you don't have to pay for. Those subscribe to the copyleft. Good guys. The challenge with the copyleft, it does not incentivize the money guy, who we all agreed we don't want to offend. If we are to grow, we don't want to offend the money guy. But now copyleft is under the fair use doctrine. So you'll find things like Creative Commons. This is also copyleft under the copyright, kind of arrangement or doctrine. They do reuse of permitted works without, under the specifications shared in, whatever is there. So, here. So in the license. So they allow, under copyleft, they usually, the Creative Commons, which go by usually that CC, C. So they kind of minimize the cogency of the rules that govern copyright. I say, yes, I can do all this, but I will allow people to use the road. Can stop them. But, I mean, what kind of human being would I be? So under circumstances, it is good. They give out of the good of their heart, but also it could be a motivation for them. And remember, copyright has how many rights? 2 rights. The moral right and the economic rights. And it is true, some people are big on the moral right. All they need is attribution. She did it. He did it. So when I don't put many gates to people using everybody uses, and I'm happy. That is something also you can adopt. That is also something you can adopt, especially for the moral right. It can, and you may do it for some of the works. You do some things and then you relax the rules. Yeah. You relax the rules. You can, somebody said that for them they welcome visitors, but in their house, when the visitor overstays, they keep reducing the portion of the meat until they start reducing the intensity of the soup. The intensity of the soup. And then, of course, it's important when we are understanding copyright to understand what does public domain mean. Every work, for example, we talked about the tenure of copyright, or the term of copyright, which for film is, in the literary work, lifetime and 50 years after the demise of the author or owner. And for a motion picture, it is 50. Motion picture and sound recordings for the music, it is 50 years after publishing. 50 years after publishing. The moment you release the film, I could be, oh, can you open the act there? Around section 13, let us know. So, 50 years, when you publish today, you have 50 years. But if you registered it, or if you actually wrote the script, the copyright in the literary work is yours all your life and 50 years, meaning you can still license other people to make her question the derivative work. To make the derivative work, you still get money. If you wrote a screenplay, the screenplay is yours. Remember, if you did not, sometimes the relationship between the relationship between the executive producer and the distributor, which are usually the studios, those ones I told you about the independents, but then there are also those, Sony, there are about 5, the major, the major studios, they're in a league of their own. So their relationship with the executive producer is usually tight. And in many cases, even the studios finance the production. Why? Because they know how to exploit it. They know how to exploit it. So usually the executive producer in that case is a creator. Is a creator of this, but the distributor sometimes can even take more than what the executive producer gets. It's a matter of contract. So when we have what we call orphan works, works whose author is unknown, those are orphan works. Then we have works whose tenure has expired. Copyright has ended. They fall into the public domain. So the works that are in public domain in Uganda, they can be used without permission. But you will also not get protection for them, especially to the extent of what was already existing. For example, if a book if there is a novel of which I want to base my film, to make a derivative film or work out of an existing book, what will happen is that yes, I can use it, but I cannot stop others from using it. But what I have created from the book as my film will be mine. So my protection will not extend to the story, but how I have told the story, how I have fixed the story. Does that make sense? You read a book, you pick your own characters, sometimes you even change a few things, you pick your own scenes and stuff like that, so it does not go to the root. I mean, like if a person does not take what I have, fixed, then they have not infringed on any copyright. What is for everybody is in fact for everybody. I cannot say that it is mine. First come, first served. So the 4 factors test, this one you may need to know because I told you that there is only one defense to copyright infringement. If a person is using your copyright and you're taking them to court, this is only the defense that they are going to put up. Fair use. And fair use involves the purpose and character for the use. Like I told you, if it is for private use, fair use sits properly. If it's for educational purposes, fair use sits properly. But we have a case in point. And it also looks at those tests. Remember, there is a case of Angela Katatumba and some NGO which used this song, Let's Go Green. And the NGO was saying, I'm just doing this for, I'm an NGO. It is in public interest. Just helping the public, mobilizing the public. But the test failed on some of these, and I will go back to it after. The second one is the amount used. If you take off a leg of a person, can they still be called human beings? Yes. If you take the hand, can they still be called human beings? If you take the head, biba bitandika okukyukamu. In Uganda, abadde omusajja afuuka mulambo. You take off the head, they become chiwududu. Yes, chiwududu. That's a very yeah. And because of mulambo is when they actually dead. So you start changing. So the part, the amount and substantiality of the portion taken comes to count. So a person goes to court. They say, like, you used, but I used little. Even what I used is really, it's an argument in court. You used little, what little? You took the heart. You took the title. Yes, those are the arguments. The way you hear them. That's it. So if you are intending to infringe on another person's copyright, better be sure you've addressed your mind to that. That I will take it anyway. And urge you that I took little. The nature of the copyrighted work. So some works are not covered under copyright. Like we said, it could be a public work. You remember the case I told you, this is a speech of a public officer, a Sebagala, could not be covered. There are areas, he was in the news, no copyright. He was in the parliament, no copyright. He was in court, no copyright. The nature of the copyrighted work. Me, I didn't get it from you, I got it from the news. All, how do you say that? Because to argue copyright, you must, in fact, to find another person infringing on your rights, you must have actually the right yourself. You remember the case of Tuli Yambalengule, and a pastor was trying to find liability on the people that had redone the song. And this case didn't even have legs. You know why? Because it was not their copyright. So they had no right whatsoever to claim infringement. Because Tuli Yambalengule in Uganda is an orphan work. First of all, it falls in public domain on the international plane because it comes from an English hymn, which was written so many, many years ago. But I personally tried to trace the originality of the Luganda version and failed. So unless a person comes and claims, of course with evidence, as it is now, Tuli Yambalengule is an orphan work. And what happens to orphan works? They fall under public domain. Is it? Public domain. Now copy this Creative Commons and copyleft. These ones actually, people have rights, but they have chosen not to enjoy those rights. They have chosen not to enjoy those rights, or to enjoy them with very minimal expectations from the general public. And some of them, like I said, the rationale is that you want to enjoy the moral right more than they enjoy the economic right. A right of attribution. I did it. I did it. I did it. Everybody is singing my song. And this is what is happening a lot of times on TikTok. So people come up with whatever, but they just enjoy people using the voices. But of course, when you get in spaces like that, is that TikTok itself, you sign what we call a standard form agreement. So when you upload your work on TikTok, you've automatically authorized usage, whether you know it or not. That is why people will pick. So the effects of the use upon the potential market is also considered. You understand? If in fact the work, what has been copied, ends up promoting your work, you have no business going to court. Fair use. You are just an overzealous human being who wants to find trouble. So can we move on? So that is the defense. Why I put the fair use there for you to understand. Every time you look at fair use, you get in trouble. The 4 tests, have you been able to capture them? Do I fit in those 4 tests? Create evidence to show that you actually helped the person who thinks they should take you to jail, or who thinks you should compensate them. Yeah. Of course, like I said, respect the money guy. We'll not get into this. I don't want to take too much liberty and expectation of you, not whatever. So, so the modern financial landscape, encouraging innovation and investment, support for industries. In fact, I remember, who heard of Greenbot Entertainment? Now you're also out of the league. But you don't know. You know Greenbot. Now, Greenbot Entertainment was the first company that started street parking in Kampala. Who is doing street parking now? So during that time, it was Greenbot Entertainment. And to everybody who saw the name Greenbot Entertainment, it was kind of weird. Greenbot Entertainment, what kind of idea of entertainment? Charging me for parking my car. Before, I mean, you would park in Kampala the way you want. This ticketing system had not started. So you would park where you wanted, however long you wanted, and nobody would ask you for a penny. It's Greenbot that started that, Greenbot Entertainment. But what is interesting is more about how they came into the Ugandan market. They were either Koreans or Chinese. One of the two. But I think the former may be true. I think they were Koreans. Yeah. So they were Asians. I think it's safer to say that. So they came to invest in entertainment, particularly music. They bought the late Paul Cafelo's album, Deep on Zigala. Then they bought also an album from Afrigo. Tried to do business. Business was not working. Copyright enforcement was difficult. They had to change the script. Now, normally, when we are incorporating companies, in the beginning, there was what we used to call the ultra-vires doctrine, that a company was incorporated to do what it mentioned as its purpose, and would not do anything beyond that. But after years, those rules were relaxed. That now when a company is formed, even if it chooses to say for us we shall deal in timber, the next time it deals in gold, it cannot escape liability just of that fact that they changed the purpose for which they were incorporated. So Greenboat Entertainment ended up investing in street parking. They abandoned their corporate. I think they even gave it away, gave it back free. They didn't even get their money back. It's like this, we can't work here. That is why it is important for us to think systems. And nobody is going to do it for us. Let me tell you, even collecting societies were never made to help creatives. These creative collecting societies that we have. No. Like I told you, to understand something, you need to understand the background. A time came when it was time to pay the creatives. These guys were in a restaurant somewhere, we'll call it a bar, and their music was playing. They had not been paid, but yet they had to pay for the service they were receiving. It's like, this is not fair. We should also get something. So it started there. But the people that owned radio, or the people that were manning or in charge of broadcasting, were actually mainly government. Because at that point, even in Uganda, it's these FM stations, a new happening. In the beginning, we only had Radio Uganda and stuff like that, you know? Government, purely and government owned and run. So the people that had now to pay for these rights in form of royalties were mainly government. So the formation of collecting societies, even how you see that they are largely regulated by government, is for government to dictate how much they give you and how they give it to you. Mwekunganye, Don't come alone. Come together. I have no business dealing with the floodgates. So it is up to us to find a way of wiggling free of all of these. But generally, to take home collecting societies were created to manage an issue that was apparent, that they could not avoid, but find a way of dealing with it convenient, in a manner that is convenient. So that is what happened to Greenboat Entertainment. Greenboat Entertainment decided to get So Willow's investment in the sector, support for industries, revenue generation, international trade and relations. So you can be able to take those and let's proceed. So to be in time. Yeah. I wanted to get here. And I believe this probably is going to be our last slide. Copyright basics for filmmakers. We see the definition of a motion picture. Of course, there can be many definitions, so that is why we say can be defined. And this may not cover it all because of what we say, what we know now, and what we will know in future. You've heard of what is happening with the holograms. Those may be realities for the future. They may be realities for the future. There are so many things, meaning that the future landscape is wider. So what is very important here, the producer and the studio, every time you see studio, in your mind, because the producer and the studio may actually be the same person. The producer, the studio, and the distributor may also be the same person. But these are the focal point for all these rights. So every time you as an executive producer, now I want to talk about the executive producer, because the executive producer is the creator of a film. The executive producer is the creator of the film and is the owner of the copyright. The executive producer may be a special purpose entity. The executive producer may be a company on any legal arrangement that is special purpose vehicle for doing this business. And the clear example is how does a film start? Of course, there would be 100 ways of skinning a goat. But normally, it is either you need screenwriters. But you could also, if you don't want screenwriters, even if you get a novel, you will still need screenwriters who can make a derivative work out of the novel. And all of these, you need to have a release. So the normal thing that usually happens for you as a producer, if you get a license has the terms, and some of the terms can be exclusivity or non-exclusivity. But if it is now a novel and I get non-exclusive rights, then that means my enjoyment may be short-lived, because as I start getting some money, another person is even inspired my story and does better. Of course, there are areas of protection that can happen. For example, you know the story of Rocky Balboa, Sylvester Stallone, with his films. And I think around 1982, there is another guy, I remember the name Anderson, who studied, because Sylvester Stallone, for his movies, Rocky, 1, 2, 3, he was the writer, he was the screenwriter, and he was the lead, yes, the producer, and the lead actor. And in writing these skills, they were so descriptive of him. So the character of Rocky Balboa was so married into the character of Sylvester Stallone. So now, when a guy saw a need, some guy called Anderson is like, but these guys, they would be wanting to do Rocky 4. And so when he fancied himself a good writer, I don't want to fancy is a derogatory. So as a good writer, he decided to go ahead and write. So he wrote Rocky 4. They looked at his script and decided that they don't need it. But they followed much of the script, which included this Russian guy, Russian boxer. I think that was Rocky 4, right? So that idea came from the script the other guy had written. But because of the fact that he had appropriated the character of Rocky Balboa without license, even though it was reasonable that these guys had actually not paid him and taken inspiration from what he had written, two wrongs don't make a right. He who comes to equity must come with clean hands. So he failed. So there are complexities that can come. For example, some novels create particular characters, but if you're going to deal with a novelist, you would still need a screenwriter. So what usually people do with the novelists is you find a novel, you want to create a film out of it, you can actually go and get a copyright assignment. When you get a copyright assignment, now is you are really in charge of exploiting the novel. And some studios do that. Because when you have a copyright assignment, you can even do a pre-sequel, a prequel. I think it's a prequel, and a sequel. A prequel is, you see the story of Adam and Eve. And for you, you sit and imagine what happened before Adam and Eve. Who has imagined that? Now that would be a prequel. So you have a copyright assignment for a novel that talks about Adam and Eve. Now a prequel is I create a story before Adam and Eve. I watched a movie called The Last Temptation of Christ, and I had never seen so much blasphemy in my life. Jesus was on the cross, and this kid comes and tells him, but you want to die for nothing. God was just testing. Now, you don't know what happened to Abraham and his son. He didn't mean that Isaac should be killed. Now you think he wants you to die. If you die, it will be you. But if you want me, I can remove you. You've already proved your point. Then Jesus was like, okay, you remove me. So Jesus gets off the cross. And they walk in the valley. The kid is in front. And Jesus is following. And then, looking down in the valley, there was a party being organized. Looked like a wedding. So Jesus was like, what is happening there? That's a wedding. Jesus, whose wedding? Your wedding. Don't you know you're going to marry Mary Magdalene? Then Jesus was like, okay. The movie is called The Last Temptation of Christ. Don't think I'm making this up. So, Jesus marries. He goes and enjoys life. One time, Mary dies. And Jesus is crying for his wife. Then the kid comes back and says, why are you crying? He says, and my wife is dead. Women are the same, only faces change. There is another Mary. Sister, you marry that one. Jesus was like, okay. Now, where the movie goes, Jesus is now going in the street. And he finds people preaching about Jesus who died and rose. And he calls the pastor. He tells you, you are lying to the people. I hope you know. Then the guy is like, what do you mean? I said, because I'm Jesus. I didn't die. Then the pastor told him, you see, okay, if what you're saying is true, you go and tell them. Because if you try to do that, surely if you didn't die today, you will die. I said, don't even spoil it for people. People need something to believe in. Now at that point, Jesus is sick, becoming aged. Now the angel comes to Jesus. And when the angel comes, the angel tells him that was the devil. Because man will not be saved if you don't sacrifice your life. But yes, if you choose to live a normal life, you will live a normal life, but man won't be saved. What will save man is sacrificing your life. So Jesus decides to die. And later, actually, I got a bit of satisfaction. Because this movie starts at the cross, I had missed the beginning. It starts at the cross and ends at the cross. That Jesus probably imagined all of these things, but he chose to die. Do you understand how you tell a story around a story? So when you get a novel, you can find many stories around it. And it is easy when you have a copyright assignment. But when you have a license, you can only make a derivative work, which is a film. But when you have a copyright assignment, you can do prequels, sequels, spin-offs. You can do everything that your creativity gives you. And this is important for the bundle, the contractual bundle that an executive producer must have. All of these screenwriters. The best thing to do with screenwriters is commission them. Because the law says the work done on commission, Section 7 of the law, I will leave a soft copy of the Copyright Act. So whoever wishes to access it, that should be your second Bible. Because I want to believe that in this room is a revolution of people that are going to go out there and be able to change perspective. And I hope in some of the things you change perspective is respect the money guy. Change perspective. Screenwriters, the best thing to do is screenwriters. Employ them if you have a lot of work. So whatever person does under your employment, is yours. But employment is not the things you come to my house, I give you lunch and whatever. No. The law has particular tests for employment. You must be actually paying me regularly. And you must be controlling the work I do. And I must be using your resources to do work. You've heard of the issue of this, the professor that he invented the COVID drug. So, screenwriters, two ways. Commission them, which you can call work for hire. Employ them. In fact, if you don't know what employment means, you need to pay legal fees. So employment is a matter of fact. There are tests for employment. It's not just a fancy thing. You must have really, whatever. You may not even have an employment agreement, but if there are circumstances that show that the person is working for you as your employee, you need it. But for better and evidential purpose, if you're employing a person, of course it has legal liabilities. But if you're employing a person, you better give them an employment contract. But when you give them an employment contract, if you're giving them any money that is above 260 something, where tax liability begins, NSSF begins, you better know that now you're ready to play with the big boys. Taxes come knocking on your door. But it's a gift, because if you must grow, you must accept that gift. Pain. If you must grow, you must accept it. Growth is painful. So, two ways: commissioning or employment. Those are the commonest ways. Or write it yourself. If you write it yourself, it is yours. But it's a good way. So, actors, all of these, as you can see. So this, with the novelist, as you can see in the small ones, this one, for if a novel already exists, you remember that word, derivative work license. These are the licenses you need. You need a derivative work license to base your motion picture upon an existing novel. You need a derivative work license. All better, you get copyright assignment. When they give you copyright assignment, you can do whatever you want with that one. But of course, in the agreement, you have to pay them. It's not about taking. So even with the actors, the best is still work for hire agreement. And these agreements, the law does not dictate of particular form. But as a reasonable person, at least you need to know that they are parties to an agreement. They are parties to an agreement. These parties have a capacity. You must describe their obligation. You must describe your obligation and all those other things. Because now with the copyright, you need to discuss the issues of the extent, the term, the territory. All those things become totally important. And in the agreement, sometimes if they have to be paid some money after, you must also give rights of accountability that they will know. So it depends on what you want to capture. Sometimes a simple copyright release can do, but there are people who want more. And the law allows for it because the law says, when work is done by licensing, in absence of an agreement to the contrary, the copyright vests in the person that has licensed. So what can vary it is an agreement to the contrary. So every time you want something, you as an actor, every time you want something, you as a screenwriter, you can bargain for it. And remember, I talked about bargaining as capacity. You may bargain and spoil all your chances. And the market blacklists you. You understand? So you must have capacity. If what you're doing, everybody else can do, then you need to calm down. Do you understand? But if you are the only guy, then you can enjoy your shine. So you must check yourself. You must check yourself and see if you have capacity to do that. Then the director, that is what I was telling you. If you are a director, your rights are contractual. Rights of a director do not come naturally. They don't. It is possible that a director gets paid more in a film. Because remember, the executive producer is investing. And if he's such a big director, he can bargain for an arm and a leg. Give me $1 million, it's up to you whether you make the money or not. And the executive director will step in faith, give you your $1 million, and get back quarter of it, or make $10 million. Do you understand? So, the better thing, reduce you as filmmakers, and even for you for your emotional well-being. Because exploitation of film, of copyright is not easy. Exploitation is not easy. You may think a guy is getting a lot of money, and yet they are not. And then you're there saying, me, I would be living a good life, I would be in heaven, but this guy, and they're actually not making money. So, some of these things we only understand when you are actually the one putting the money. Most of the products spend a lot of money in advertising, but they will not tell you the cost of distribution, whatever. So sometimes if you can bargain for enough money and go do your things, what actors do when they have not become executive producers themselves, they say, you pay me this much, he goes and buys his house, an actress goes and starts a perfume line or a clothing line, things that they are passionate about. And passion pays. Even in small things when you're passionate. There is a story of passion in the Bible. And coming from the Easter season, it sits very well and should be able to explain it. You creatives, you need passion in small things. If it is done from a good place, can surprise you how far it can go. There is this woman in the Bible. I think it was Mary, the sister to Martha. Jesus goes to their house. Everybody is busy doing big things. You understand? But Mary is very passionate. It's like he's looking at Jesus. Jesus has been so good. What can I give Jesus? Food. Now people are thinking we need to give, probably to give Jesus food. Others were thinking we need to take care of the poor. But now Mary, out of passion, she goes in her room. Of course, I am storytelling around that area. She goes in her room, gets her expensive perfumes and oils, and looks at Jesus and goes at the feet of Jesus, and starts rubbing the feet. I don't think she asked for permission. Sometimes passion just drives. You fall in, even to the risk of embarrassment. She falls at the feet of Jesus, starts caressing the feet, starts wiping the feet. Now these guys who thought, we should be doing serious things here. It's like, what is she doing? She's wasting money. Then Jesus was like, Mondeke, me, I'm even about to die. In fact, that this woman has done, everywhere my gospel will go, she will be part of it. That is how passion pays. So it's important to do things you're passionate about. Risk and do something you're passionate about. That small feature film that you do, totally believing in it, you give it your all, can open doors than the big budget films that big budget films have failed to open. Passion in the right place. Jesus said, and it is true, he said, wherever the gospel goes, this woman who invested passionately will be remembered. So that is up to you. If you have something you're passionate about, small feature film, invest your heart. You can be surprised. So here we are looking at the composers. Now, composers can come in many ways, but the term composer is usually used for if there is music in it. So if you are doing music in form, there are two scenarios. If you're using an already existing music, you need to get 2 licenses. And they all can be from one person, but if they're different people, then you need to get them. From the producer, who is now the record producer, who owns the sound recording, you get a master reuse or a master use license. And then from the owner of the music composition, you get what we call the synchronization license. Synchronization license. But now for the composers, you get a copyright release. But it can also be a work for hire. And also these ones, the location owners, you get a release. You get a release. Sometimes you go and include people's houses. The fact that you've not been caught, if you're actually stealing, the fact that you've not been caught does not mean that you're not a thief, if you fall under the 4 corners of the definition of theft. The fact that they've not yet caught you, you cannot say that, okay, a police officer arrests you for driving without a license. But you say, but I've been driving for 20 years. What do you mean? Lame excuse. So you need to get releases from the venue owners. And according to the new law, you filmmakers were not very passionate about the UCC content regulations. I was a lone soldier fighting for this until I was also fighting, if it shoots, it shoots. If it misses, it misses. After all, because we took this matter to the Constitutional Court, we lost in the Constitutional Court, then we have just been heard in the Supreme Court about the same. We're trying to say that these laws should be struck off, the laws that govern this country, because they are in fact obsolete and shouldn't be in a free and democratic society. The content, according to those regulations, you look for the UCC regulations. UCC regulations in brackets, UCC brackets content regulations of 2019. You will look at them and wonder. That serious people can actually write, I will just reserve that. Yeah, so we have seen the location owners. Don't take anything for granted. What was I telling you about the contractual bundle? The contractual bundle of the executive director should split hairs, should be as petty as possible for every little thing, because you never know. That is why in serious territories of dealing, they cannot allow to release a distributor. You cannot get a serious distributor if you don't have an errors and omissions insurance. You need to write that. Errors and omissions insurance. Because at some point you can think you have covered everything, but where you have failed reasonably, as every man, because diligence doesn't, but a record producer is the guy, the money guy. Looking for copyright, follow the money. I am giving you truth for today and tomorrow. Money. Follow the money. So a guy who has actually paid to hit some keys on a song, coming up and saying they own copyright. That is totally unheard of. But of course, an ignorant person will even do what the devil can't do. Because the devil lived in heaven, so, and the Bible says he's cunning. Yeah, so a producer that they talk about is the guy that actually paid. If it is the musician that paid the creative producer in studio, or the beat maker, changing a lot, and it depends on territory. It depends on territory. Some countries in the dark before. You want to put it in the category of chicken. Maybe it's me who has not been going to cinema, theater. And I want to retract my submission. But that's what it is. You remember that story I told you of the child that had never seen a duck. So now, looking at distribution, this is the chain. It usually begins, because we're talking about audiovisual works. But if it's particularly for film, the key area is cinema. Cinema. So, who can read this? Cannot. Rentals plus performance licenses. So this is rentals plus, this word is not very clear here. So as you look here, there's still licenses that now the distributor. Remember, this is now working as a nucleus. An EP may actually be the same company, and now they create an ecosystem. Because now you see that even Disney, as a distributor, has another channel, has Disney Channel. Is it Disney Channel? Then there is whatever family. It's like they are trying to create an ecosystem in order not to be rendered obsolete. They're also trying to play catch up. You know the sad story of Kodak? The sad story of Kodak, how it lost its market in the film, the film, the pictures, like the picture industry, the photography industry. That actually the guys that came with the earlier models of the digital technology reached out to them. But it was too painful. The gift nobody wants. It was too painful for Kodak to adjust, to wrap their mind around the fact that all their investment was becoming obsolete. They said they wished it was not true. And the technology went into other hands. Now they are known players. So that's why you see adaptation is now happening. DSTV has made an announcement in the past that they are actually, but they are also fast changing their approach because film is changing largely. So this is just basically the journal that normally a film will go to the box office. Theater has box office and cinema has box office. So if it's an audiovisual work, meaning it's a stage play, the keyword is theater. If it is a film, it will be cinema. And that is where they use to gauge the performance of a film. You know how much it has made at box office. So box office still remains very important, but it is fast changing. So because some of them now, and I forget some of those facts, there is a film that had to be released in COVID. If you know the facts better than me, you can co-opt. But there was a film that was supposed to be released in COVID. But of course, during COVID, that was an approach that was impossible. So they decided to start here. So the arrangement between the executive producer and the distributor was for box office. box office first before you can go to these ones. But now box office was not available. So this guy, distributor, jumped and went to this. And the producer sued. In fact, I think it could actually even be the actor. That's why I was telling you that contracts are very important. You as an actor can have a few dictations. They say, well, for me, I'm going to be an actor, but it is a term in the agreement that the movie must first be shown in cinema. Right? If you can afford, you're a big guy, you're a big actor, you can afford to pull that off. Of course, the risk is thinking you are big when you are actually not. So you weigh, get a weighing scale. Get a weighing scale and let it be a good one. Sometimes you think you're big and you're not, and it's a very painful experience, but it teaches. So pay TV, of course all of you now know pay TV, and the airlines. All these are avenues, usually now they come, and all of these are rental and performance licenses. Rentals and performance licenses. Performance is here because this is really audiovisual. It works for audiovisual. For theaters, it is usually performance. For cinema, it is rental. And they agree on percentages. Sometimes the distributor takes 50% and they take or 60 or whatever, depending on whatever they have agreed. They agree on percentages and they have a way of tracking and following it. Then television networks. Now, usually with these television networks, how do they make money? On the adverts. Thank you. So, then you go here. The risk of my film is that now it's going to be, you are watching a film and then a person brings an advert for me, whatever it is. Everybody throw your head on someone. Brings which advert? Yeah, so that is also the risk. So you wouldn't want the first experience of your movie to be at a TV network. You don't want that people, the first time they see your movie is with an advert. Would you? So, but now, like you remember the story I told you, you reduce the intensity of the soup, you reduce the portion of the meat, you reduce the intensity, and these ones, when you're doing these ones, remember licenses. Even when you're giving your license, you should always hold on to the issue of territory. First of all, exclusivity. Is it exclusive that only you can? If a person is giving you little money, say, don't worry, but I will not give you exclusivity. It is not over. Tell you give me money. Sigova sente. But I have a backup plan. Two things for you to bargain. Give me money, but it is not exclusive. Sometimes there are places you want to appear. Because remember, value is not always money. Sometimes it's brand association. You want to appear on a particular channel. They're giving you little money. Or they're not even giving you. If you have done the mathematics in your head and it counts, yeah, go for it. Don't be rigid. Values you keep are the ones you can afford. Values you keep are the ones you can afford. Don't die in this country. Open your mind. A person can die of hunger in Ichengera when they're pouring food in Chitem. But for you, your world is closed. Me, this movie, you can lose one movie and make bank on the next. Preserve your reputation. Don't fight with the people. Nobody looks good fighting, even if they're winning, unless they are the boxer. You understand? If you're doing it for business, it's another thing, But so fight only. This guy was fighting The rationale of the song Coward of the County is that fighting does not make you a man. But when you're a man, sometimes you fight, so you have capacity to choose. So video stores, you are just making sales. I wish this thing was clearer. Then this is the cable companies. All these, some of these, there is what we call a compulsory license, but in Uganda, yes, the law provides for it. It can be provided by the minister, but also there are elements where we do blanket licensing according to the collecting society structures. But in Uganda, these are still in a lot of gray. It's up to you to learn more. This is meant to steer your head to start thinking. So until the chain goes, of course, you give a mechanical license. You can give a mechanical license to a person who is going to create merchandise, manufacture merchandise. You can give them a mechanical. That is called a mechanical license. If it is your film, and they want to base, they want to characters or whatever, or even the name of your film. So that is how you earn money. You can give a mechanical license, and then also a derivative. Actually, derivative license. A derivative license can also work on advertisers. So if a person wishes to use a portion of your film, like which film was used for an advert? I think many actually, for an advert. So you can give them a derivative work license, like the one you get from a novelist, to derive work out of them. So let's proceed, and as we totally close, go on, because we have already made the conclusion. So at this point, I don't know how we're going to run this session to be useful. We can have some questions, and I would be happy to know that I've answered your questions without asking them. But yeah, at this point I would take some questions and I answer some of those that I can.
About copyright.
Yeah, you introduce yourself so that people can know you.
Hi. No, they don't. Good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth. My question is about copyright.
He prefers you stand up because they told us that the most important person in a room like this, or even on a wedding, is the most important person. Somebody said it is a photograph. They're the ones that capture the moment.
My question is, if I copy somebody's work before it has copyright, and afterwards they get copyright, can they sue me for copying that work? But I copied it before they got copyright for it. And also I have another question about the copyright that you get for 50 years. What if you pass away before your 50 years have elapsed? So what happens to the copyright? Can I pass it to maybe my children or somebody I trust, something like that?
Okay. So I will answer as the question comes so that I can keep record in my head. Like I told you, my age and everything. Yeah, so the last one about copyright. What if you pass on? What happens to your copyright? So I'll answer from the point of understanding the question. The first thing is, when you pass on, your copyright is safe for the next 50 years in Uganda. The new bill proposes 70. but it is safe for the next 50 years. The only thing that you need to keep in mind is the kind of copyright you have. If it's a copyright in the screen, in the literary work, in the script, the copyright in the script, that one will be for your lifetime. If you live your life to 100 years, you'll have copyright from now until you're 100, and 50 years, meaning that 50 years after the person has been buried, that when I die, my songs go to this one. Why, whatever, it's your property, yours to give away. You can even give it when you're still alive, a gift inter vivos. Yes, so that copyright remains yours. That is the second limb of the question. Yes, is it well answered? Yes. Because when we answer it properly, then we are able to, sort it for another who would want to be asking the same question. Try not to ask the same question.
Well, it's like you pass away before the time has elapsed. You say it's yours. Yes. So maybe I did not put it in my will.
Yes.
Explicitly, but
yes.
So then what happens? Let's say my kids, can they go to court and argue about who's getting that copyright?
Exactly. Now, that is why we say we don't practice law in isolation of other laws. When a person dies, the question you're asking is bigger, because it questions the person dying, tested or intestate. When a person if you have a family, for example, the law knows how it apportions that. In many cases, if it is a property, there will be an agreement that it is equally shared. The modalities of sharing it equally are also sometimes not very easy, but that is a complexity. Death is not easy. There can be complexities, sometimes it can be easy, but there will be a legal way forward. If you've not given it to anybody, the people, your surviving family or siblings, if they are in the position that the law awards such things of a deceased person, they'll be able to share equally. That means if you're a parent, now I'm talking to young people, of course, but if you're a parent and you wish to cut your child out of a will, Hey, yes. No, you, like, if you are intending to cut a child out of a will, do it. You understand? Write a will. Because the day you die without a will, they will have to share, they will be entitled to share. But if they are above 18 and you cut them out of your will, they will not have a remedy. Do you understand? So in Uganda, what we say okuzaala kukomwana is actually an economic threat. But morally, it is immaterial, because giving birth to a child is a matter of fact. You cannot say, I have unborn you, I've given, like, it's legally immaterial, it is impossible. That is the same structure of the moral rights, that even if you want to unwrite a song, you can't. It's not always a good thing. When you write a good song, you'll be remembered for it. When you write a bad one, you'll still be remembered as the guy that put garbage on the street. You see? Yeah, so the first one, the first question was, and I must apologize. I should have taken a little bit more time on those, but as you can see, time has not been on our side. Now, you have copyright, irrespective of quality, purpose, but mostly you are not subjected to any formality. The moment you create, you have copyright. So that does away with the fact that I haven't gotten copyright. You have it the moment you have created a work. When you go and register copyright, you don't get copyright. Do you know what you get? Something else? You get a certificate of, thank you. You get a certificate of copyright registration, meaning a person can come if they have a better claim. They have a competing claim that has better evidence to back up their assertion. You will freeze with your certificate of copyright registration. Because the person, and it's possible, a person may run to register copyright in order to defeat justice. So that is why a certificate you show does not prove that you have copyright. No, it shows that you registered for copyright. And I believe you should even be punished more for registering what does not belong to you. Eh? So you have copyright, so there is no issue. If a person, the most important thing is you try to find some form of evidence. And in the past, how they used to prove, there is what they used to call the poor man's copyright. If you create something, email it to yourself or to a friend under the Electronic Data Act. Even in the past, that is good evidence. Email it. Even on the phone, people with the iPhones, I don't know about other phones, but I don't know. Simu bubi. Simu bubi. Yeah. Yeah. So you can be able to actually store your, data, dated data, and you can actually prove that I did this in 2000. Now for me, I still data stored from around 2008. There is a song I wrote, and the other day I was surprised. There is a song I wrote for Irene Namubiru. Nkwagala nyonze kale mazima pulira mukwano gunsoseko bambi. So, and I was there, and I remember, and I was looking, like what was I doing in 2009? And there I see this song, and I listened to it. I was like, oh, now, if anything came up that wanted to challenge the fact that I wrote that song, it was right there, 2009. Huh? So there must be ways. Be wise. Eh? Be wise, because there is circumstantial evidence. There is basically, you may not have express, evidence to show, but then there are circumstances. There are a few things that you can put. Those little notes that you write. A person may say, oh, well, you just made that paper older, but at least you have something. Don't die like a fly without a fight. So it's just something that you need to do. Does it answer your question?
Well, what if the person has all the damning evidence that the work is really theirs? Yes, but it was before they got copyright. Can I argue my case like that if we go to court?
Yeah. So now what happens, you remember what I told you, that the law does not follow the truth. Huh? What does the law follow? Whether planted, if it fits, you're done. Hey, yeah, that is how the world. You can report in heaven, because it is not over. Hey, you can we've exhausted here, so you can report in heaven.
Okay, good afternoon, people. Musisi Baker Wise. Now the question, actually, chiriku actor. You go to work on a certain project, acting things, season jetulimu yankuba mutuso budde bugenda, you need to shoot chap. People reach on set kinda late, you go straight to the dressing room before even signing the contract. See, nga guy abapapya, the camera person doesn't want omusana okugwayo nga temunnakola. And after these people doing the shooting, ono guy ye balema okukkaanya and he refuses to sign the contract. Mumaze okumushutinga agaana okusayininga contract. Then what happens? Mu mbeera bw'etyo. Nze producer nkikola ntya okwetaasa ku muntu ono. Because already tumaze obishootinga.
Now, clearly you can see. The next time you go to a hotel, you need to read the terms of your license in that place. And that is before you pay your money. Of course, it's also their duty to tell you what is going to happen. Now, these are real life examples of things that can happen. And there are two ways of resolving an issue when it happens. Two ways. The first one, to be a director, or to be really a person that mans the scene, you must be good with people. You must be good with people. Because these creatives, they half live in the world and half in heaven. Bakola bye baagala. And I say that because I am one of them. You must be, first of all, able to understand. And some of them, that is why now, like people in theater, what people in theater do, they'll always have an understudy. So the moment you know there is this guy, you'll be like, oh, you know, people always derive value when they start saying, I am the only one. And when I tell you these are wisdoms for life, never, if you can, don't put all your eggs in one basket. People tend to value when they know that there is a bit of competition on this. The best way to do it, the best way to do, before a person, yavudde ku boda n'amatu gakyawuuma, yiwako olupapula. The best way. If that doesn't happen and you find yourself in that situation, negotiate. And in negotiating, use all the skills, including threats, even empty ones. Hey, yeah. Hey, do you know me? Do you know where I come from? Yes. It is people's skills. It is real life now. From theory, from practice, from mistakes. That's why I put it there in practice. Use everything you have to negotiate. You can be nice, you can throw threats, can whatever, like everything you need to negotiate and get your way. If you fail, you can take a calculated risk. Because it's under it's a calculated risk. You need to, these are people's skills. You look at a person, will this one now, no ye chanze boy chanzi, ajja kubivaako. Okitegeera ng'omumanyi. Abanja musanga wali mugundi ono gayi wange, njamuwaye ekyetaano ng'ali gundi, okitegeera. Or I will talk to so and so who can, I am giving you now, negotiate. Does it answer your issue? But the best way, contract before. Muntu nga tona mutunuzaamu kamera yo, musooke mukanye. There was a question here, and then I come here to supplement.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nakura Claire Desire. I'm an actress. And Mr. Producer, sir, I wanted to say something about what you've said. Usually, let me say, I believe right now actors and actresses are now more informed about how to work with producers. You'll find that an actress is going to ask for a contract before they get on set. But for some reason, the producer tries to delay it, and then they call you in a panic mode so that you shoot first, and then because probably they know what is in the contract is not going to favor you. You might even refuse to sign the contract. So they put you in that mode. But I believe right now actors are like more informed that you cannot get on set or stand in front of a camera before signing a contract. Yes.
I think that settles it. Right from the heart of experience. Eh? And remember, rights, you enjoy those you can afford. Eh? Eh? You can say that for me, I will not, when they have an understudy, when you are setting up now you shimanyi. You have a follow-up question on that?
No, actually, the challenge about what she has said, now we have an issue of sidelining. You bring your warugezi, we sideline you.
Exactly.
And this is a small town. Once I sideline you, ngenda kubira Swaibo when Nansana, or Cynthia warugezi, ngenda kubira Diego, or your warugezi. So, when people fear to be sidelined, they end up doing things that in a basigala mubanga nga tebamanyi
That is
kyakukola.
part of negotiation. We sideline you, and that's great.
Good afternoon. My name is Subuga Nicholas, filmmaker majoring in directing. Just asking for clarity. When I was introduced to the contract and the neighboring acts way back in school, our lecturer talked about a 5 seconds window where you can use someone's work, for example, as a filmmaker. I tap into 5 seconds of your work, the audio, and then I place it on my visual, that 5 seconds window. I don't know whether it's there, but I look, okay.
So when you look at what we were studying here on the fair use, we talked about the amount and substantiality. So when you want to fall under that protection of fair use, the 5 seconds can work, but also there can be a situation where the 5 seconds is everything. The amount and substantiality. So the argument can continue. Tiasebo. Watuteka tunone watute mutima.
And the second question, in the few productions that I've been in, or that I've been a part of, the directing team, you find yourself, okay, in the two environments, for example, our local productions, where you're on the team, you find yourself doing something that is really weird. I've been part of a Kenyan production whereby they contact you the day before, if tomorrow you're directing the scenes, then they inform you, or they even send you a sheet to explain the change in the scene. Yeah? Now, that's the work of the writer. Now, in some of the productions that we have here, on a good day, you come on set, you know your script, you know what you're going to direct. And then they tell you, the scene's changed, or something went wrong, but we don't know what to do. Now, as a director, or maybe the producer also gets to you and they tell you, change those scenes, change. Now, you give me 10 minutes or what? I sit, I change. Now, in changing, I am rewriting. How? I am getting into the work of a writer or the original author. So do I go back and I demand that, I did this, I changed this scene, because there are so many scenes that you get yourself changing. Thank you.
That's a very nice question. And remember, now that takes us back to the issue of contract for starters. In your contract, you can totally stipulate and protect yourself against any of such things. For example, I am a copywriter. Now, a copywriter in advertising is the guy that actually writes the adverts. Did you know that? Yeah, so it's just an industry term for guys that write the adverts. So I used to do that for a bit. But then I also had a production studio that would do the ads. So what I would agree with these people, that if the change, once I give you an ad, we run through it and you sign it off, and I begin production, right? You can, any change in the script attracts a new fee. It's a new job now. Any change in the script. But if it is in the delivery of the script, then you can make me redo it until you're satisfied. But once you sign off and say, this is what I want, any change, because remember it's an ad. If I change a word in the script, I have to call back everyone that I casted in the ad. I have to call back all the voiceovers. Whether it is true or not, but I must contract to protect myself. Otherwise, people don't make up their minds. They keep changing them. So in your experience, if you find that, yes, when I work with these people, they always change the goalpost, then you can as well say, as long as the ball crosses the line, it is a goal. You understand? So now the deeper question is copyright. Whatever contribution you make to a work, to make it an original work, whatever original thing that comes out of you as a contribution to an existing work, remember in your mind, enjoyment of rights is not automatic, but that would give you copyright. You understand? And it is okay. Sometimes you help. Sometimes you help and it's working and it is okay. But as a professional, if you feel that now I'm doing over and above, all of the things have to be compensated for. If I have to rewrite, but in the nature of movie directing, sometimes it is in your interest to rewrite a few things. Isn't that true? Film, it's in your interest to rewrite, that you would actually want to be allowed to rewrite. Do you understand? So those are the complexities. But don't forget the idea of bargaining with every arsenal of human body and spirit. You must always bargain. But when you're bargaining, don't bargain yourself out of job. There is a man who is said was working for his boss, and his job was to sweep the yard. So one day he gets a bit of the ear of the boss. They are sitting there, and the boss is like, hey, how are you these days? That's like, boss, we are fine, we keep sweeping. And the boss is like, oh, it must be doing a good job, it is clean. And it's like, yeah, but we don't even have to sweep anyway. Then the boss says, what do you mean we don't have to sweep? I'm like, don't you see, boss? It is that tree. What do you mean in the tree? If that tree was not there, we wouldn't need to sweep. Then the boss was like, okay, what do you suggest we do? I was like, I don't know, but if it were me, I would cut it. Cut the tree. Okay, what would it take you to cut the tree? Okay, we just get some people to cut it down, but actually it is better because this tree can actually come back. It's better when we cut it, we get, more labor, they even extract, they actually pull it out from the roots. The boss is like, hey, that is but it will take a bit of money. The boss is like, how much money? So much money. So he tells him the money. The boss is like, okay, now here's the money, you handle it. A few moments later, a few days later, he still gets audience with the boss and they're sitting there. And he's like, boss, you see what I told you? Anyway, what did it? Today, 3 days, I'm just sitting here. The boss is like, oh no, why am I paying you? You can imagine what followed. So when you are bringing wisdom, whatever, don't bargain yourself out of the job. You must remain. But does that answer your question? Yes, it's contract. These questions are related. Contract, everything you need to protect you. Put it in writing. If you've gone through a painful situation, you had a gift. You better use it. to do better next time. And even prayer, you'd be like, okay, let me suffer now, so I can gain industry muscle, so that next time I'll be one of the big players. Nobody will play with me. You invest, we pay school fees, and it is very interesting with the school fees. Somebody said that the teachers, I don't know if corporal punishment is still in schools, it's outlawed, but teachers are the only people who can beat their clients. So you're paying, but it is a process. The gift nobody wants. So you can actually be doing a lot of work and still suffering, but building. Hey, why would you pay a person who even beats you and insults you and calls you stupid, yet you came to learn? So,
Director Norton, my concern is about split sheet, and I'm wondering how is it supposed to be handled by music video directors and artists? Yes.
Now, split sheets are very interesting, and that's why I was telling you that the idea of contract is big. The painful truth, gift nobody wants, is that music videos don't attract copyright. Do you know why? According to what we have learned today, they are derivative works, and they can only be done by a person who has license. So the person who has license is the person who has brought it to you. So in the broader sense of copyright, they are looked at as promotional material. But if you can bargain, there are related rights that can be there. You understand? And they usually can be in the discussions of, okay, if the song does this, I'm going to do your videos, and for the advertising it does for you, you'll be paying me this way. You'll be paying me this way. But because they are derived from already an existing work, you're creating pictures on that work. The person with license to make that picture is the one that has brought it to you. For you, you have been hired. And that is why we say, wherever you want to call it a portion, transport, whatever, under the eyes of the law, you have received consideration. You have received consideration. And that is how it is. But in the modern terrain of things, if what I am giving is of value, I can bargain so that the secondary sources of collection can benefit me. Like now, for example, if you're doing a music video for a musician, when they get bookings, when they get whatever, as long as you can push. In life, you get what you bargain for. It doesn't mean that every time you bargain, you get, but at least you must bargain. You must bargain. So it's a contractual issue. And that is why, in the broader sense, yes, there are related rights that are typically there for performers and stuff like that, but there are also related rights that are for all these businesses that make up the ecosystem. So because advertising is a big role of players, and sometimes an artist cannot pay you. So say, okay, you've given me this little, but on top of that little, I bargained for this. So the idea of split sheets is an industry standard that is not an issue of copyright, but it is what you can call practices, best practices that jurisdictions can start getting. And they work not as a matter of legal compulsion, but they work as a matter of contractual obligation. Do we have clarity? Okay.
Thank you. My name is Kayinga Robert, famously known as Director Robert SDP from Show Them Pictures. I have only two questions. Show Them Pictures, Uganda. Show them. Yes, Show Them Pictures. Don't tell them, just show them. Don't tell them, just show them. So, I have only two questions since I'm a filmmaker and I'm a script writer. When I write a movie, I wanted a sound to be as the scene it is. So sometimes you may find when the song you want, no one has it, which will require for you to get a license to use that song. And you happen to use the AI to generate for you that specific song. Do I need a license from the owner of the AI or not? My second question is, I have written a script which is to be done. It's very soon, it will commence. It's about biblical preachings and even agroecology. So do I need a license concerning such sector? Because it's basically on such. So do I need any license concerning that?
So I'll answer the first one. What was it again?
The first question was, do I need a license for AI?
For clarity, yeah. Now, AI is a new terrain in Uganda, and in much of the world. And much of the AI today is a freebie. It's free. It's free. When something is free, you will use it because nobody has established a right that you must. Yes, it's given free. The owner has given it to you to use. So when you use it, it is free. So whatever is created using the AI, which is a free, but there are also premium AI programs that are paid for. The only challenge with what is free, it probably can be quality. And then the other thing is that what it will give you, it will also give to another person. Or it may also give another person. But the question would be different. If you had what music do people use for these TikTok sounds now? Mukube Peva was outlawed off the Uganda air, and you see now that is one typical example. Before I go back to that, one typical example. The guy who did Mukube Peva, does he have copyright? According to what we have learned today. Yes, he has a copyright. But can he broadcast Mukube Peva now? No. Meaning he has a copyright. He can listen to his song in his bedroom. But he will not be able to enjoy the other rights that come from copyright. Because remember, a owner of copyright, the first right he has is to use. The second one is to authorize others to use. Then the others to broadcast. That one, with a red pen, he can't. So the question would be different. If I went to AI and put in the lyrics of Kafero's song, because AI will sing those lyrics and bring them to me, probably in a broken language or whatever, but the words. Now that would be different. But if I write my own words and use AI, it will play, because in music there has been a lot of litigation around melodies and chord progressions, and the courts have always favored that most of the us people living, we are not the ones that created these chords. We are also just using them. Who has watched the movie Spark of a Genius? A flash of a genius, yes. Perfect. It's a flash of a genius. Hey. And whatever you add, yes. I may not be the one that invented words, but the arrangement, if it makes particular sense, I can claim copyright for that arrangement. So that was one question. Was there another question?
Yeah, the second was, I have the written script about the biblical preaching. So do I need a license concerning the scriptwriter for the Bible?
Now the Bible is, what would you consider the Bible? It's been written 2,000 years. Can we copyright scripture? So it is in public domain. But do you know there are KJV? If it is not, if a person now, because using scripture, and I must go back to the scripture, Greek, Aramaic, and whatever, make my own interpretation and stuff like that, and compile, all get from different ones. If I can fall, because remember, what is research? If you copy from one source, that is plagiarism. You copy from many, that is research. But really, the Bible really becomes difficult. But anyway, the big question, and I can get a Bible and simplify language. Same story, simple language. Now for that I've done. I don't have copyright for the story, but I have copyright for how I have written it and interpreted it. So you would have copyright to the extent of what you've interpreted. But if I may say, who has the copyright to the story of the Uganda matters? You as a filmmaker, can you make a film about the Uganda matters? Hey, huh? Can you? Aha. Why? Because that is also an important question. There is a mad person that was taken to a swimming pool, and his colleague fell in and he broke his head. So he said, me, I'm not going in there. And then the guy is like, okay, let's ask him to see if he's actually okay. The reason will tell us if he's actually okay. So now, the reason the colleague had fallen in and died is because the swimming pool was empty. Yes. Why won't you swim today? You said you wanted to swim. Why won't you swim today? Me, I'm afraid of water. So they knew. So why do we have the story of the Uganda matters? Okay, I didn't tell you that, but you also cannot copyright matters of fact. You cannot copyright matters of fact. Facts, you want to copyright facts? You can't, those are some of the exceptions. It goes back in the nature of the work. Does it answer your question? Yes. Gender balance? Sensitivity. Balance is a...
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kate Nafuna, and I'm a writer and a producer. So I have a couple of questions. The first one is about like adapting a novel into a film. So does the author of the novel have like rights, or does the author of the novel get your royalties when the film is produced? Then the second one is, after registering your script to get a copyright registration certificate, as a producer, like if I've written the script and I've produced the film, do I have to again register the final film? Then the third one is, after making a writer-producer agreement, is it a must for the writer to get royalties from the film? After writing, the writer and the producer coming to an agreement to write a script.
Let's do this. Let me answer some, and then you can ask the follow-ups to be easier for me to remember. The first one was about the author of a novel, and I told you the arrangement is that if the novel is existing, what do you get as a license? The license is to make a derivative work from the novelist. And I told you the best fashion, instead of getting just a license to make a derivative work, it's better to get a copyright assignment from them so you can get, but also that depends if that is what you want. Remember access. Don't buy a cow when all you need is milk. So if you're sure that you just want to do this film, just, but get a license, a derivative license, and push as much as you can. You can even push for exclusivity. Make sure nobody else makes a film out of the same. If they are lenient enough, if they are not seeing, you can actually take their rights. You come, you give them little money, and they sign exclusivity. Nobody else will use this. Whatever you bargain for is what you get, and it is totally legal. So, getting royalties, in that case, a license is usually a one-off. If you want to keep getting money, it is an issue of what? Bargaining. If you can bargain and get it, yes. If I was a lawyer for the person wishing to use the novel, I'd say, don't allow. Don't give them anything else. And if I was a lawyer for the novelist, I would say, push, push. Can we afford to push? You understand? It's this, that is how it works. Then the second issue, which is a copyright for the scripts, and then the subsequent whatever that comes. Because these are two. There is the first copyright is a copyright in the literary work. The copyright in the literary work. What does copyright in the literary work now mean? If the copyright in the literary work is mine, then that means I shall not need a license to make a derivative work, which is the film. So I can as well just go and make my derivative work, which is my motion picture or film. But when it comes to registration, and I wish to register, because remember, the benefit of registration is only evidential purposes. But still that evidential purpose is to the extent of the competing interest not being better than yours. You must accept and understand that you may register for copyright and a person comes with a competing interest that has more believable evidence, and then they manage to impeach your purported registration. Does it answer for you the first two? Yes, so let's proceed with the third. So the questions around that we can do, if there is a follow-up question on that, so that we can wrap up. I don't know how much time we need to allow ourselves, about 15 minutes. Is that fair? 15 minutes? Yeah. 15 minutes. 15 or 20. By show of hands, how many should we have? 15. That's it. So let's say 15. Let's see. And the eyes and the names. So 15. 15. Then 15 is the habit.
So the third one is after making the writer-producer agreement or during the drawing of the agreement, does the writer get royalties from the produced film?
Say that again.
Does the writer get royalties from the produced film of the script he or she has written for that film?
Now, if you are looking at the chart I was showing you here, the normal thing is the writers work as work for hire. Whether it is in a novel, if I want to derive a work from a novel, I'll still get what they call screen writers. So the best approach for you as an EP is to work with work for hire. Bargain, give them money so you can have liberty later to do what you want. But if a screenwriter insists that for me, you're giving me this much, or I don't need any of your money, but the moment you start making money, you'll be paying me like this. Then in the agreement that you make, you have actually to allow them to access your books of accounts. That is what I was saying, that in the agreements, we have not gone in some of those things, but in now the journey and narrative becomes bigger. It becomes bigger because for them, the relationship, it is difficult to get a divorce from that screenwriter on that particular issue. So the best thing for executive producers, bargain to pay off. Bargain to pay off. And even you, the screenwriter, in a territory like Uganda, not to get mental health issues. The guy is not paying me. The guy is not paying me. If they are giving you money, take the money and leave whatever. Unless some people have a big dream, or sometimes in the agreement you make, you may wish to reserve a character. Also those fictional characters. are copyrightable. Fictional characters. So the unpacking is a bit huge, but yes, that is I hope it answers it. Yes, so follow up.
Fictional characters, like I can copyright elves, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Now, what fictional character can I think about in Uganda? There is one in Uganda.
Yeah, there is one. When I was watching Jimby, most of us know it, a short film by Talemwa Pius. Like, I saw it in their credits based on the fictional characters created by Talemwa Pius and Ivan Tusabe. Is that kind of?
Yes. Even one which I don't know if it is incorporated as a matter of fact, but it's incorporated. Katoto. You see? So, what was the other question?
Yes. The other one was
yeah, we can, if you have questions, we can have another conversation, or we can be able to find out
music.
iKONVERSATION, see that we can have kind of follow-up access for continuous learning.
Yes, the other one was about music in film. Like I understood signing the copyright with the recording producer, composer. So what about the musician? Like you've composed a song to be used in my film. Then I want Irene Intali to perform it. Yeah. So which kind of contract do I have with Irene?
With Irene. Now, there are two copyrights in a song. One is the music composition, and the other is a copyright in the sound recording. Copyright in the music composition belongs to the person who has actually written the song. But if they have not written the song, they can also own the copyright by paying someone to write for them a song. You don't have to build your house with your bare hands. You have still built it, even if you've just paid Jimmy and his friends. Do you understand? So, copyright, if now using the example of Irene Intali. Irene Intali goes to John, the songwriter. He pays John to write for him a song. And John does not remember to write anything to the contrary. So all the copyright, especially economic rights that are exploitable, lock, stock, and barrel, belong to Irene. Because Irene follow the money. Who has paid the money? Irene. So she has copyright. Now Irene has copyright, meaning her copyright in the music composition, meaning she does not need a license to make a sound recording. Do you understand? So she gets the song, which is now hers, and when she has, what does copyright mean? She has a right to use or authorize others to use the same. One of the rights, she has a right to make a sound recording. Because the copyright in the music composition is hers by virtue of the fact that she has commissioned the writer, she will proceed to the beat maker, the music producer, or the creative producer, and have the production of that song done. She pays the music producer, all the studio, and then she gets her song done. So what does that mean? Now Irene Intali has the copyright in the song or the music composition, and also has copyright in the sound recording. So if you are going to get rights, it is from her that you get the sync rights, synchronization rights, and also the master use rights. You get them still from Irene Intali. But it would be different. Now, on the international plane, the record labels usually own the copyright. If you're a record label, your business is owning masters. So how would you get masters? You can even get it from the artists themselves, if they write their song, all through the artist and repertoire manager who goes hunting for music from publishers, and you get the right to make a sound recording. So when you get the right to make a sound recording as a record label, the artist in that case has related rights, which are performing rights. So usually, how do you deal with the performing rights? And how you do it is you give them an advance, which is usually recoupable if they're big artists. You give them like $6 million. And for you, as you sell, you start getting your money back. So the artists will go and do the things they want. They buy a house, they do whatever. And for you, you remain with your business, you advertise, you make videos, you whatever. And if it is a 360 deal, sometimes the artists, you just give them what we call a minimum commitment. They give you $6 million, recoupable, 360 deal. So you go, it doesn't matter. As long as they have the right to approve that that is the quality we want. It doesn't matter where you go, all the bargains you make with the people out there. And the computation of how much comes to the artist, not copyright, but benefits or royalties, because royalties are not per se copyright. It's the benefit you get out of the related right. So it is usually, even for international artists, depending on how much advance you receive, it is always less than 20. So you see Beyonce singing, if it is not a record label, the song you are listening to, the best she can be able to get out of every sale is less than 20%. Usually the standard is between 14 and 17. But copyright music is very slightly more complicated. It's slightly more complicated. That's where you see those split sheets and stuff like that. But that is totally the root. And the complication is that always bargaining. Bargaining and bargaining. So does that, what question was that? Does that answer your question? Yeah. So any other hands at the back? Let me first exhaust this one. So we have that one, and we look at this one. So those will represent all the other questions that have not been asked.
My name is KYAGULANYI Bas.
Hey.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful day.
Yeah. Me too. Yeah. So I'd like to elaborate more about the realities and the same as, and also have a question about YouTube. That if someone steals my YouTube channel, where can I report that person? Or which law is against that? Thank you.
Now, the question of CMOs is a bit new here, and I want to talk about it. I talked about it briefly, how CMOs started. Yes, there are secondary monies away from the other areas where a person can actually license and get their money. But then CMOs in form usually used to collect in areas where they used to do blanket licensing, where you have to collect as a team all monies that need a bit of administration. You've heard of the blank copy levy, which in Uganda is not good law. It has, they have so far, even the bill does not reflect it. I would have favored it, but I don't, because the issue of administration has not been done. And like I said, I have stayed away from addressing the bill because I checked that it had no ears, so I decided not to talk. But largely, understanding of CMOs and the areas that it is supposed to cover is CMOs are usually useful in the areas of broadcast, blank copy levy, then broadcast like on TV, like especially terrestrial TV, where there is a right to play. And this is something that is very cogent, and I need people to understand it. The right to play that must be earned by every broadcaster. So the right to play does not compel a broadcaster to play. So if a broadcaster is in this region, before they can play anything, any local content, they have to pay some money that gives them a right to play, which is, for me, I prefer it even to call it a tax, a form of royalty, like a tax. But that right cannot be compelled, meaning that if now a TV can be able to play my film or to show my film, then I can force them. I can't force them to show. They have a right to show the film or not. Now, if I want them to show the film, that is where my marketing budget can come in. On the side of the music, there is, I don't know if you've heard of anything called payola. Pay to play. Now, payola was demonized in the US, and we still suffer with that kind of thing. As I said, we invest time, energy, and money, but you cannot advertise a song. I cannot go on a radio or TV at arm's length. Are they still relevant today when we can run our business without them? When sometimes they just get into our business. Yes, there are still areas which are not easy to license personally, that you need to license as a group, because you get a blanket license. Nagama, every year, a TV that is going to play local content, let them pay 4 million. That's why in the clustering of collecting societies, they will look at a particular bundle for music, for film. So areas where these ones remain cogent is in areas of blanket licensing, where it is not easy. Blank copy levy, because it needs a bit of administration. And why? Because when you're charging a person for importing material that can carry content, you don't know which material they're going to carry. So you cannot say that I give this one this much, or like that will be an assumption. So you do a blanket licensing that you bring that material, you pay. How do we get those? A mannerism matter of copyright and royalties. And that is why performance, that is a performance right that they're paying for. But for me, my argument would be, Debo, that now they have paid that license, then they're going to pay me, if they're going to play my song so many times. It should be followed by another arrangement of, if I want to compel them, then I should be able to pay them, so that they play my song when they want. But if I want them to play more, then I can use my advertising budget, and the business table can now be balanced. But that has remained, and I'm sure it's probably also disturbing you. It has been here disturbing us a lot in Uganda. But collecting societies, for me, totally, I favor them mostly on a, and I had prepared a discussion on collecting societies, though I don't want to make, we can be able to look at that another time, because diving into that, I don't think I can be able to unpack it for you in the little time that is left. But yes, collection societies would be important in areas where only blanket licensing can work. But they also have to get a system that is fair. Because if it is a blanket licensing, without a proper system, how are you going to know that I'll give Norton this much, I'll give this one this much? It becomes so, there is a lot of work to do and to rethink. Because some of these collectors, they even want to get into other rights that we can be able to manage for ourselves. And it shouldn't be as a matter of law. Why? Because when I create my work, I have a right to use my work and authorize others. And that right should not be subjected, that I can only enjoy it with the collecting society if I can enjoy it myself. Only in areas where I cannot be able to enjoy it, because blank copy levy, how do you claim how much is due to you? A person imports, for example, flash disks, which can potentially carry copyright material. A person manufactures CDs, which can potentially, whatever. And any of these, blank copy levy is also running out of fashion with the technology that is fast rising. Yeah, so I tried to explain it, but I know it needs a bit of unpacking. YouTube. What's happening? Let me answer that first.
If someone steals it from me, where do I claim?
Yeah. YouTube has its own systems. YouTube has its own systems, and when you go to YouTube, even when you search whatever you need, my channel has been stolen, my whatever has been whatever, YouTube will whatever. So it has first of all its systems, because of course they are local. The first self-help, because it is at YouTube, and also remember the issue of international and stuff like that. Mukube Peva, for example, I don't know if it has been put down on TikTok. Yeah, it is still there because they stopped it, but hey, they stopped it, but the TikTok people don't want to know. They don't want to know. So YouTube, some of these channels have self-help approaches. So you go there and put in the question the way you find it, and I'm sure a lot of people will help you. Yes, but if it is a person you know, they stole your YouTube channel, and we have crime. We have anti. What is there is a department, cyber. Like at police, there is a department that is trying to grow their liga in that space. You would still have a local remedy if you actually know them. But the thing is, why you go online is because sometimes you don't know the person is their identity is only online. They could be who you think, or they may not be. So those questions bring in an issue of having to deal with YouTube itself. And sometimes YouTube will do it without, like when something like that happens and they stole it, then YouTube will have to engage them. If they put in a defense, then, like all of that kind of thing has to go, because the right to be heard is an international right. It's a right of natural justice. So you cannot say, he stole, I say straight jail. No, the person has a right to be heard.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Hope you're all doing fine. I'm Diego Joseph Innocent. I'm a filmmaker. So I have two questions. And now this is like a scenario. It's about the film festivals. Because I believe when a producer makes a film, he wants to make money out of it, and then he submits his movie to a festival, and then maybe he doesn't win the best film, but the category of best actor wins, or maybe the best production design wins, costume wins, sound wins. So whose money is that? Is it the producer's money, or is maybe the actor or the sound designer? Because even to submit to a festival, some festivals, the producer has to pay money to submit to those festivals. Because there are scenarios whereby my friend Swaib volunteered on a film, and then they got nominated best costume. They won best costume. The producer said, "You guys, you have to bring my money here." They said no. They stole the producer's money. And then there's a friend of mine, Sadati. He did a film. The only category he won was best actress. Then when he got the money, he told the actress that, you know what? Now, since you didn't win, since you won this money, I think, let's share. Let us give the other people also the money and all that. The actress refused the money. She is too annoyed, said the producer stole her money and all that. So whose money is it?
Yeah. So bottom line is contract. Bottom line is contract. And then the key word is respect the money guy. Respect the money guy. Yeah, those are some of the rights. The gift nobody wants. It's painful, but it is the truth. If you want to change that, bargain. 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 If the producer is nice, sometimes you're just like, kamuleke, mwana kasente katono. But this guy has paid his money. He's even, paying to get whatever. And even a proprietor of such a festival that understands what they are doing will not give the actor the money. They'll give it to the producer. They'll give it to the producer. And depending on what you agreed, the producer will either give you or not give you. So, some of these are matters of fact. And the way if we keep running away from the truth, it doesn't change a thing. We'll keep ourselves confused. Bargain. Go back to the contract. If you are cooked, say, Mama Nyabo, I didn't see. Yeah. Is it a follow-up question? Yes. Okay.
Sorry, Dennis Kinani, I'm an actor. Just to slip in something short, does it mean that, a contract is wide, it's binding. Would you have to stipulate all those nitty-gritties at the genesis of that contract? Exactly.
You need to split when it comes to contracting. If you can afford it, you need to split the hairs. If you can afford it. If you can afford it, because we talked about bargaining, you can lock yourself out of a job. But the time comes and you can do whatever you want. There are some actors, even in Hollywood, who only film when they want. They reschedule the whole, arrangement to 2 years later because of one guy. Affording. You can afford many things. We say, if you have no duty of care, then you can afford to be as negligent as you want. But then there are situations, yeah, respect the money guy. That guy, if you do, you'll have peace.
Yes, thank you, Mr. KYAGULANYI, for gracing us with this wisdom. Abdul Malik, an animator. And when it comes to animation, I've come to realize that it's not a one-man show. So I have a scenario that I wanted to point out for you. So let's say a client has verbally given me a brief, and then given that it's not a one-man show, I'll need to contract a character designer who comes up with something original. After giving out the deliverables and all that, can the client actually come out and say he owns the copyright of the character? So my issue is, how do I balance this thing of balancing the character designer's rights and the client's rights?
Goes back to contract. It goes back to contract. If you intend to keep it, bargain for it. Otherwise, the omnibus position, if you have been paid to do something, it belongs to the guy that has paid you. The money guy. That guy, if you want peace in this industry, respect the money guy. He takes almost everything. So your only chance, and I said, there are some actors who make more money in a film than the executive producer. Because they can afford. They bargain more, because this guy, why you need to respect them? Sometimes they are falling or getting into uncharted territory. He's putting his money and hoping the money will come back. So now, for Abdul Malik, as you run your business, you need to make sure that if you're going to use a guy who does characters, and his nature of contract is he retains that, you need to inform your client. So if your client, and in that case, what would ideally happen is if it favors the nature of the business you want to get in. Like we said in the contract, it's a, don't always look at owning things. Sometimes you just need milk. You want a sausage, you are buying a pig. Now, So, these contract really is a contractual issue. There was a last question which we addressed, and then we can adjourn our meeting. The other questions that are remaining, we shall find a way of responding to them. But it looks like we have even overshot our 15 year.
Thank you very much. Molinda Joseph is my name. I'm a social entrepreneur. My question is actually in a realistic mindset. I happen to be a manufacturer, but I'm also working or serving with a social organization, which is an NGO like Reach Your Hand. And being a filmmaker, where I happen to serve as a producer, and I have it as a passion to tell a story. So, it has happened many times when I create stories and I want these scouts. Now, in that perspective, I serve as a scout leader, where my position is electoral for a certain period of time. And I happen to put in money, my personal money, to make sure that stories are done, but also for educative purposes, that these scouts, we are learning something, but also relating a story to the world. But eventually, at some point, it starts attracting some economical value in it. But remember, I'm in a position that takes a period of time. Later on, maybe I might choose not to stand here again, or I might not be chosen again, because sometimes we are, the council says, please, we still need you even when you want to sit down. So, but in this process, I've already done some work on ground, which I've put in money. And the people that are going to come now into my position, they might not have that passion. And this work is attached to the organization because it's using the organizational face. And probably as a manufacturer, I would want to use now that work now because I have passion to it and I have an emotional attachment to it in my business the other side. So now with the corporate issue, how do I go about that? Thank you.
Now, well, I can look at your situation in two ways, and according to what we have learned today. There are two types of copyright. The twins that are born. The moral rights and the economic rights. You have them without necessity of any formalization. Have the moral right. It's a right of attribution. He did it. And the law says where it is practicable to do so, they should always mention that you did it. Even in areas like architecture, that is why you see sometimes they put the board and they say the engineers, the what. That is the moral right, a right of attribution. The economic right, on the other hand, is a right that you can trade. You can give away for free. You can choose to exploit it because it is yours. So, any response that comes from an idea of protection, or from being able to use it. For example, if I want to trade it, if I want to trade in it, I may need to transact. I may need a document. So I write it down and I give you these particular rights and stuff like that. But even, for example, if you're going to court, you would need, courts prefer that you have done, at least you have a certificate of registration. And sometimes if it is a film, and you're going to deal with a distributor for some money, there is a need for documentation. So whether it is a passion or not, as a producer, for example, have you been documenting this? All people have just been coming free will. Do you have copyright releases? You don't need to register copyright to have it. That is what I was saying. But to have copyright, you don't need to register it. But to be a producer, you must, and must in capital letters, have a clear and cleared COT documentation. Otherwise, everything, like I said, you talk about a gentleman agreement, that is an assumption. In fact, you do a document agreement when you and the guy you're dealing with, both of you are not gentlemen. So how can you ever have a gentleman agreement without a gentleman? Do you understand? So it is left to, so as a producer, the only approach that you have to do, whether you intend to sell in future, whether you intend to give free, the only thing you need to show that it is a mine is documentation. The COT, clear and cleared. Those are two things. You can have a clear COT, but it is not cleared. Clear is that you have, they are this, they are what, they are identified as C. Cleared is that you have paid for them, all they have released you. They have released you. So that is the background upon which you can do your business. Now all in future. Have your clear and cleared COT put here. And then later you can give free. Because even when you're giving, what do you need in order to give? You must have capacity to give. You can't give what is not yours. That is why I was telling you that serious distributors will not even look at you, give you another look, or even a wink, if you don't have a clear and cleared COT. And it must also be followed by, which license did I tell you? Just as we go home, the license that is very important for filmmakers. And errors and omissions insurance. That is if you want to play with the big boys. So we need to have it, we need to bargain for it here. If it is insured by, because the bank can never give you a facility if you don't have that. Errors and omissions insurance, it is the oldest and most traditional insurance that covers your line of business. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a wonderful audience today. I am totally going by what we said. You clearly have ears, and I've had the pleasure of being your facilitator today, and I'm looking forward to a next. God bless you and keep you happy and winning. I guess we can leave at leisure. It's
Thank you so much, Counsel SYLVER KYAGULANYI. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Counsel. Thank you for those insightful words. It's been a lot to learn. And we're obviously going to try and reschedule. Due to public demand, I think we should have another session. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you too for attending, all those that have made it and all those that have been following us online. We appreciate you for taking your time with us and sticking around, staying around till the very end. Thank you for attending this masterclass on intellectual property rights. On behalf of iKON Awards and Rachel Hunt, we would like to say thank you. Thank you for coming. God bless you. Take care of yourselves. Until next time, goodbye.
Uganda.
Hello. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Sina.
winner is. And the winner is. And the winner is.
Today, everyone is a winner. We stand here to celebrate culture, our heritage as a country, because we